And we'd just like to take an opportunity to welcome you this morning. And I will start with a little bit of housekeeping. So as we're going through this session today, you just should realize that there are opportunities for you to engage with the presenters, and wanting you to know that there are close to 500 people on this call today. And as this was starting, I saw many questions in the Q&A, no, actually the chat box. There's so many people from across the country, which is I mean, it's really incredible. So I would want you to share some of your thoughts, your experiences, and just feel free to share your thoughts and questions with anyone in the chat box or anyone in the questions and answers. And just know that you're in a very safe environment here. Just please be respectful of everyone, but just know that you can feel comfortable to ask any type of a question or share any type of a comment. I'm presuming at this point in time, most of you are familiar with the Zoom platform, but as I just mentioned, there's a chat box, which many of you are using right now. And there's a Q&A box, which again, you can feel free to pop any kinds of questions in there or comments. And you can share that with, if you toggle down in the chat box, you'll go to the top and you can see that there's a little toggle. You can either go to the panelists or everyone in the group. So just be cognizant of what you're doing there. Let's see. So if you have technical difficulties of any sort, we have two names on the screen. We have Amy and we have Autumn. I do suggest that you jot down their names and their phone numbers, just in case you have any type of a technical difficulty throughout the presentations, and they'll be more than willing to help you get through that process. And then in addition to this, we would like to know who's in attendance today. So we have a couple of poll questions. One is so we can make sure that the process is working and the poll questions are functional. And the other one is to kind of get a feel for who's in the room today. So the first one you can see is who's in attendance today, talking about local, state, federal, tribal, territorial, or any other. And this kind of gives the presentation, the presenters the opportunity to know who their audience is. And it also gives you an opportunity to see who's on the line with you today. And the other question is also asking about how long you've been an inspector or investigator, whatever you call yourself in your job. So if it's 0 to 6 months, 6 months to a year, or 1 to 2. And this is the grouping for this particular boot camp that we're having today. So we'll give it a second and we'll see what types of responses we get. And very similar to, well, that's funny. I saw someone, did I not see someone today in the chat that said they were from tribal and territorial? I thought I did see that. Indian Health Service. So this is very similar to last week. We had, God, really, it's pretty wild. It's very, very close to the percentage of the local, state, federal. I do recall we had 1%. We didn't have any territorial and tribal folks on the line. And then we do have, it says 3% of other. I would be interested to know who the other is or what the other category is, but there might be in the chat. I'm not really sure. State. Anyway, so you can see the responses here, and we have, looks like a little bit more than 0 to 6 months, 6 months to a year, which is exactly the audience that we were expecting for this basic boot camp today. So I appreciate you for playing along with the polls and recognizing that they're in good working order. So we do have a full agenda for you today. It is a few hours long. And on the agenda, we have some wonderful speakers with a wealth of knowledge. And if you care to, you should jot down their contact information as well of the presenter, so you can ask any questions if they arise after the fact. And everyone on this call is a valuable resource to you. So I know last time I was preaching about networking, and this is an amazing opportunity to chat with people and network and make some contacts here. So when you have a question of something that maybe came from Texas, when a product or a process that you see happening, you don't know anyone in Texas, well, you might find someone on this call that you can always feel free to reach out to and increase your networking ability. So this is the agenda. It's on the screen. We have James Chan to discuss with you improvement and development for your team. We have Matthew Noonan speaking about risk-based preventive controls inspections. And then we have third-party audits and regulatory inspection from Judy Lazaro and Leanne Chubaugh. So I do hope that you do take the opportunity to jot down your questions in the Q&A or the chat. And if we scoot on to the next slide. These are the objectives for this particular boot camp. We'll teach you about some inspection interview techniques, enhancing documentation of skills of violations within inspection writing, and then leveraging evidence to support the writing of accurate, valid inspection reports. So I'm done with my welcome this morning. I do wish you a fabulous afternoon with the speakers. And I am now going to turn the microphone over to Adam Inman, who will be your moderator for this afternoon. Thank you, Adam.
Thanks so much, Angela.
You got it.
Welcome to everyone. We're glad you're here. Looking forward to spending some time together with you today. For some of you, morning, some earlier morning for our Alaska colleagues, but got a lot to cover, so I want to jump right in. I want to take the opportunity to introduce Mr. James Chan. He's the chief of the Improvement and Development Unit for the California Department of Public Health, Food and Drug Branch. And we confirmed he's not been directly affected by the fire, aside from the ash falling from the sky, which is more than enough. But thoughts and prayers are with folks there in California through this. So an impressive bio and career from Mr. Chan. And so I encourage you to look at that on the website. I want to make sure that we maximize our time together with James. So James, I'll kick it over to you. Take it away. And real quick first, make sure you use that Q&A box. It's the most effective way to ask the questions. We can get those tracked, and we're compiling those for FAQs that will be sent to all participants after the session as well. So thank you, James.
All right. Thank you, Adam. All right. Everyone should be able to see my screen right about now. Can you guys see that okay?
Sure can.
All right, perfect. Let me move this banner down here. All right, so today we're going to talk about effective inspection interviews. Like Adam said, I have a lot of experience here with the California Department of Public Health, just over 2 decades. And today, our focus is going to be to try to improve the quality of your inspections, of your inspection interviews. So objectives: conduct more effective inspection interviews. And there's 2 key things that we're going to talk about. First is asking questions with intention, and then asking better questions. So when we talk about intention, we're talking about having a plan. So having a series of questions that you ask in your interviews that are geared to elicit information according to your game plan. And we'll talk more about that in a little bit. So ask questions with intention. A lot of times what ends up happening as we progress in our careers is that we kind of drift from our original inspection objectives. And what do I mean by that? So for most of us in regulatory work, we'll get an assignment from our supervisor, from management, or from whoever you get your assignments from. And then you'll conduct the inspection and write the report. And then another inspection comes, or another assignment comes down the pipe, and you do the inspection and you write a report. And then it's that same pattern for, week after week, month after month, year after year, however long you're in the inspection group in your agency. And what ends up happening sometimes is that our inspection objective drifts from protecting public health and ensuring that the food is safe, and it kind of starts to morph into a report writing exercise. What I mean by that is that your inspection objective should be to protect public health by making sure that the food that is being manufactured and served is safe. But what ends up happening sometimes is that we start asking questions that focus more on getting information that we need to write the report. And we'll get more into that in the next couple of slides. Number 2 here, we have structure questions. to elicit valuable information. And just to kind of continue on how our interview starts to morph with the focus on the report writing, is that there's a difference between getting valuable information that we can use to protect public health, and information that is necessary to write a report, for example. So we're going to talk about kind of trying to make sure that we anchor all the work that we do, particularly when conducting our inspection interviews, on focusing on what's important, which is let's make sure the food is safe, and let's ask questions that give us information to determine that the food is safe. And then everything else will kind of fall into place with writing your reports and all the logistics that are involved in your inspection. But we want to make, so at the end after this inspection, what I hope is that you can kind of recenter yourself to these goals that we're talking about, and then move forward with that anchor for the rest of your career. So here we go. Inspection objectives. Our inspection objectives, again, are focused on public safety, and we do that by identifying significant violations and then by addressing those significant violations. The significant violations that we generally try to focus on is direct adulteration, direct contamination, or gross unsanitary conditions. These are conditions of the facility where the facility is so filthy that it's almost inevitable that the food is going to be contaminated. And then addressing significant violations. And these are going to vary from agency to agency, but we're talking about enforcement actions that prevent that contaminated food from being distributed or from being served. It could be your seizure authority, your embargo authority, a condemnation authority that you may have, or determining that a facility is a nuisance to public health. Whatever your authority is to prevent food from insanitary place or food that's adulterated from being put out into the marketplace, that's what we talk about when we're talking about addressing significant violations. And then obviously, while you're there, get immediate corrective actions so that when you leave, the new food that they make is also not adulterated or manufactured under these gross conditions. All right. And then for valuable information is information that substantiates your observations regarding those significant violations. And when we're talking about valuable information in context of an interview, is that we want you to ask questions that elicit responses that help you substantiate your observations. We want you to ask questions that elicit information that drives your next steps or establishes the scope of an issue. We want to ask questions about, for example, and we'll get into examples later in the presentation, but for example, if you find that there is a point of contamination, let's say with a chemical contaminant, and we found it in one location, we want to try to find out where else in that facility that chemical is being used to determine if that chemical is also a contaminant in those other areas in the facility. So with like focusing ourselves on collecting valuable information regarding the scope of an issue, we would ask questions that try to find out where else that chemical is used. And then the last one here is required to take regulatory action. We're all regulatory agencies, and we have elements of violations that need to be proven in order to pursue elevated enforcement. And we have to have that in mind as well, so that we make sure that when we're out there, we're asking questions that get us all of the puzzle pieces so that we can get a clear picture that proves that this firm is in serious violation. So I'm going to go ahead and start with a little soy milk scenario. If you guys are not familiar with soy milk, we have some soybeans there on the little round items there. Those are soybeans. Generally speaking, what they do is they boil them up in a pressure cooker and then squeeze the juice out of them, bottle it, and there you go, you got soy milk. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but for this scenario that we're going to go over, that's the rough and dirty. So I'm going to show you some pictures from an actual inspection that we did at a place that was not one of our shining stars. So we walked through the facility, and they just finished packaging their product, and they just finished flushing out all their equipment with the first rinse. And typically what we do at this stage, if we come upon a facility like this, is we'll look at the equipment and we'll just take a peek and see what condition it's in. Here you have a industrial sized pressure cooker. And as we do, we walk up to it and take a peek inside. So this is what we see when this is what we saw when we took a peek inside. And we're gauging a bunch of different things here. And one of the things that we saw was some rough welds here, which are hard to clean, and it can be a source of contamination if they don't clean it properly. We look at the ceiling surfaces. We also saw some black mold-like substance growing on the perimeter of that container. And then some of you guys probably already seen it, but something there at the very bottom of this pressure cooker is this little brown thing here. And you guys probably recognize it, maybe you don't. So we'll do a little zooming and we'll take a better look. And now I'm sure that all of you guys have recognized it. We got a big fat roach in there. And this is a pressure cooker that was just used for making soy milk, that was freshly packaged. The containers are still warm. And they flushed this pressure cooker with water. And for whatever reason, whatever the procedures are, they did not notice that dead roach down there. So when we're at a point now, we have to determine what questions we're going to ask. And we want to focus on asking questions with intention, meaning that they're anchored on our inspection objectives to make sure the food is safe, and on eliciting information that will give us valuable information that is actionable. So, first poll question, if you guys can pop it up for me, please. It's our poll question on valuable information. What is the most critical information you need at this point? So the most critical information that you need at this point. Go ahead and answer those questions. We'll give you maybe a minute or so, and then we'll continue. And I can't really see what's going on with the polls. So, oh, here we go. All right. Good job here, guys. Okay, so let's see here. So we had a few people select the species of cockroach, which might be important later on down the road. Sanitation records for the pressure cooker. That's good information also. Cooking time and temperature, good information. And yes, the majority of you guys did select the information that at this point is the most important. Because remember, we're focused on the food. We want to know, where did that food go that was just made? Because we want to make sure that not one container leaves that facility as we're standing there doing our inspection. Good job, everybody. All right, let's continue here. So valuable information. Remember, we're focusing on the most urgent information needs. And in this specific scenario, we could have stopped there and write a violation for contamination of a food contact surface with that cockroach, or inadequate sanitation of the pressure cooker. Write down the violation and then move on and continue our inspection. But then we wouldn't be focused on our inspection objective, which is to make sure that food is safe. So yes, you found a violation, and that observation could be many violations, but the violation that we're most concerned with characterizing is a violation that is focused on identifying direct contamination. Is a violation that, and to determine that, we have to ask more questions. So we have to ask, like, when was the last time this was used? Was this used over multiple batches? Did anybody notice this cockroach? And it sounds like a strange question to ask, but we've had in this particular situation, when we pointed out the roach, the guy said, oh, it's no problem. And he just got the roach and took it out with his hand and threw it in the trash. And he thought that resolved the issue. So there's a lot of things that are going to go on, but what we want to make sure is that when we see a violation, we think about, we focus not just on finding violations, we focus on making observations that will lead us to determining if food is directly contaminated. So don't just stop. We don't just stop at writing the violation and then moving on to the next one. We have to consciously practice thinking about how can this in any way lead to direct contamination, and then thinking about what information you need to determine that. And then those are the questions we ask. And that's how you're going to get valuable information, is by training yourself to look beyond skin deep. So what specific information do you need to trigger enforcement action is going to be one of the next steps you need. So we know that there's food that's adulterated at this point, based on the scenario that I described. But in your agency, you might need more information. Maybe you need to have substantiating records regarding time and temperature, which some agencies may consider a mitigating circumstance, because the roaches was, boiled, and the pathogenic organisms that were there might have been might have gone through a pasteurization process or something. But anyhow, it's going to be agency specific. In our agency, that is enough to trigger an embargo, which is a seizure of the product, and it's also enough to warrant a recall, and essentially we will shut that facility down. But again, you have to be aware of what specific information you need in your agency to trigger the more serious enforcement action authorities that you may have. Okay. Ask questions to elicit valuable information. So I'll go through these bullets, and then we'll try to apply it to the soy milk scenario. We have a location of violative food, food safety control measures, root causes of violations, and then corrective actions. So if we're looking at the location, for the first bullet here, location of violative food, we want to find out where those batches of food that were made on that day are located, so that we can take for an actionable purpose. Our actionable purpose is so that we can embargo it, or so that we can condemn it, or so we can obligate a destruction. So we would ask questions regarding where are the batches. If they're off-site, we want to know that. If they're on-site, we want to know that. If they're about to be put into a truck, we need to know that immediately so we can stop that truck from leaving. Next one here, food safety control measures. This information is sometimes utilized to determine if a risk is mitigated in some manner. So again, if they were using pasteurization temperatures, or if they had a control measure regarding time and temperature of cooking that had some kind of validation that would address the pathogen of concern, then we might take that into consideration. Generally, at this time, we're not going to weight heavily, like we wouldn't weight very heavily the scientific information. We would just go basically on gross on the significant violation that we observed. Next one here, root causes of violation. We saw a roach there, and when we focus ourselves on determining the root cause of how that roach got there, what we might find is that there's holes on all of the screens, or there's gaps under all of the doors, or the walls are full of holes where there's moisture leaking in them, making a perfect environment for these roaches. When we're looking at when we're asking questions regarding the root cause of violations, are so that we can determine how many other violations that are significant may exist, and we can pin down the scope, and we can also determine if this is an isolated case or a systemic issue. And then lastly, corrective actions that we have here. We're going to ask questions we're going to ask questions to find out what their normal corrective actions are when a circumstance like this is observed. And then if their corrective actions are appropriate for the protection of public health, then we'll have them just do that. So asking questions to elicit invaluable information. These are the kind of 4 major categories that I highlighted for you guys. And it's just a matter of us practicing them as we go on and doing our inspections. All right, next one here. Oops. Anticipate obstacles. So many times it always happens is that when we find the worst violations, the person that is the best prepared to answer the question is not always there. And we have to be prepared to get strange questions or strange answers from the people that we're interviewing. And we have to be prepared to rephrase those questions. What we want, and basically, this suggestion is to try to make us aware of the fact that asking the same question slower or asking the same question louder or repeating it more than once doesn't always give you a different answer. So generally, I'll repeat a question once, and then I'll have a mental note saying it's time to rephrase if we don't get the answer that we expected. Number 2, the second item that we have here is how will you handle evasive responses? When we have evasive responses, and for example, we ask them, well, how long have you had this pest problem? And they tell you that, oh, you know what? The tofu business is a very, very, the soy milk business is a very wet process. And we've been doing this process according to our ancestors' methods and they start answering they start giving you a whole bunch of information, but they're not asking the question that you want. So that's a point to kind of switch it up and just be prepared to ask yes, no questions to refocus individuals and get direct answers to questions that you need for the purpose of taking enforcement action. And the third one here, how will you handle meandering answers? Oh, actually, I kind of gave you the example above kind of fits in the same place here. Evasive meandering is a little bit different. Evasive meaning that you feel like they're intending to not answer your question on purpose. Meandering, they just don't know how to answer questions directly and they meander. So just be prepared to redirect with clarifying questions. They start telling you a story, pick something in that story that is important for you to know, and then just ask them, oh, can you clarify what you meant by the 100-year process, specifically in terms of insects, and then they say, oh yeah, well, and they might start explaining to you how insects are not a big deal in their process because it gets boiled off and they're good to go, and we eat insects or whatever they may tell you. So anticipate those obstacles so that you can anticipate those obstacles means recognize when you're getting unexpected answers, recognize that you can rephrase. When you get evasive responses, like make sure you label that as an evasive response so that you can change your strategy. If you get meandering answers, label those answers as meandering so that you can change your strategy. Effective interviewing, asking questions and gathering inspection information. So now we're going to kind of switch gears a little bit, and we're going to talk more about having a good interview process so that you're comfortable, they're comfortable. It's not a stressful a stressful interaction. And together, we're focused on having a normal conversation to get information that you can use to give them kudos for doing a good job and giving them constructive feedback when there's improvement opportunities. So building report is the first step to the effective interview. When food safety concerns are observed, a lot of times it's bad news for the firms. We want to make sure that we are completely transparent so that we don't artificially create these gotcha moments where it makes people feel a way that will create a defensive interaction. So when we see a concern, explain how the concern was discovered, present all the relevant facts up front, summarize your concern, and then explain the significance of your concern. And we're going to go into a little example, and then we'll kind of hit these 4 points again. So we have an image here, and this is a photo of a business that is making tofu. And what the way tofu is made, generally speaking, is that they'll process soybeans and they'll add some ingredients that cause the solution to curdle. They'll put it into these shallow trays lined with cheesecloth, and then they'll flip the cheesecloth over the tofu curds, put everything into a press, squeeze all the juice out, and then press all the curds together, creating your tofu blocks. That's basically what's happening here. So when we look at this image here, if I'm going to kind of point out some areas that were of concern to us at this time. Down here, if you see these ubiquitous buckets, they're stored on the floor, and then when they need them, they get them from the floor and place them on top of food contact surfaces. They have these tofu curds these tofu curd shallow trays that are lined with cheesecloths, and the cheesecloths are of such a length that they're making contact with the floor, which, like I explained, is going to be the cheesecloth is going to be flipped over the tofu curds, which is problematic, obviously. And then we have workers here that are fashioning aprons out of garbage bags, and these are just some of the issues that we saw in this particular area. So just take a mental note of what we have here, and then we're going to think about what is the most urgent issue, and then we're going to ask questions to help us determine if there is direct contamination of food, and then the scope and so on. So of these three issues, the buckets from the floor being placed on food contact surfaces, the gentleman wearing the garbage bag apron, and the cheesecloth wicking up floor juice, and it's about to be placed over the tofu curds. Like, of those three things, like, ask yourself which is the most egregious or potentially egregious violation, and then that's what we're going to focus on when we start to have the conversation with the firm representatives. So let's be direct. So these are the 4 items that we want to cover. Explain how the concern was observed. Sometimes the person that you're relaying the violation to wasn't there, but in most cases, you're going to do this regardless. Present all the relevant facts, summarize your concern, and then explain the significance of your concern. This is as we're having as we're doing our walkthrough, we're asking questions, and we're relaying our observations. We're talking to the firm with a normal two-way conversation. So let's explain how the concern was discovered, and we're going to be direct about this. Oh, by the way, this gentleman's name, for the purposes of the scenario, is Joe. I was in the processing room watching Joe getting the tofu curds ready for the tofu press. So we're setting up the picture for him. We're having this conversation, let's say, with the supervisor that maybe was on a different line. We're going to present all the relevant facts. I saw a cheesecloth touching the dirty floor, and I saw Joe flip the cheesecloth on top of the tofu curds. So we see Joe get that cheesecloth, flip it onto the tofu curds. My concern is that Joe is contaminating your tofu curds. Straightforward. We're not making we're not softening it up in any way. We're literally telling him that the food's contaminated. And then the significance. The tofu is adulterated and will be, depending on what your procedures are or what your policy is at your agency. For us, we would embargo that product immediately, and then we would start asking our line of questioning to determine the scope and the other important information. So a lot of times what ends up happening is that when we see something like this, is that inside, well, for me anyway, I get excited and oh, this is awesome. This is a great find. And then in the beginning, I tended to kind of keep that to myself because I didn't want to tip my hat, and I wanted to find more violations. And as I spent more and more years in my career, what ended up happening is that because I was holding on to this information, the scope of the problem got bigger and bigger, and then the actions that I had to take got more and more complicated. So what we've learned over the course of time, myself and others in our department, is that we find a violation, let's just hit them right away with it, and let's stop this process immediately so that the scope of our enforcement activity is contained, and we don't complicate something that could have been less complicated. And generally what we've found is that when a facility has serious problems, those serious problems are almost impossible to hide, because the firms themselves a lot of times don't even know that they're problems. They're blind to the issues that we see when we come in with our fresh eyes. So that's why our motto is be direct, identify the serious issues, address them immediately, and then move on, and let's find how big the scope is, and then we go from there. All right. So improving inspection interviews is also so for this section here we're also going to talk about types of questions to ask. So we kind of relate to you. You're having a conversation with the supervisor, and you've laid out the information that led to your determination that an embargo or destruction was necessary. Now we're back to trying to refocus on our inspection objective, which is make sure that food is safe, food that's being manufactured now, food that was manufactured prior, and food that is in the facility, and food that has already been served, has been distributed. Like there's food in every stages of our food chain that exist that came from this facility. So we want to make sure that we're focused on our objective of making sure that food is safe in every one of those areas. And then we're refocusing back to getting valuable information. And then this portion of the presentation is going to talk about the type of questions that we can ask and how they have different uses. So open versus closed, pretty straightforward. Closed question asks for a specific piece of information. A lot of times it can be answered with a single word. The basic example that we have for a closed question are those that require a yes or no answer. But it could also be how many batches were produced. 16. What time did you guys start today? 6 in the morning. What time did Joe get here in the morning? 6 in the morning. How many? So there's a lot of different questions that are closed. Generally a yes, no, but in all cases, they're going to be very short answers. Open questions that are an invitation for the respondent to give you a broad discussion or an explanation of a particular situation. So I'll give you some examples here. Did you sanitize the tofu press machine? The answer to that would be yes or no, generally speaking. And if you wanted more information than that, which is going to be very desirable, we would ask an open question, which asks the same information. Tell me about your sanitation procedures for the tofu press machine. That question is going to elicit a response that hopefully has them walk you through all the different steps that they take to sanitize, to clean, and make sure that their tofu press machine is free from contamination. So closed questions, open questions. That's pretty straightforward. I think we were familiar with those. What we want to encourage you to do is to ask both, depending on is to make sure that you can ask either type when you're conducting your interviews. Sometimes you'll hear people say, let's just ask open questions. And that's good, but closed questions, there is a time and a place that closed questions are probably the better way to go. So, here's another, I forgot I have another example here. So here's another example. Did you properly address the observed temperature deviations in your coolers? They'll say yes or no, and then you can move on with that. But if there's a serious violation associated with those temperature deviations, you're going to need more information than that, so that the information has the level of value that can make it actionable. So this might be a different way to do it in an open question. How did you address the observed temperature deviations in your coolers? So with this rephrasing of the question, we want them to tell us the magic answer, which is we saw the temperature deviation, so we took everything in the cooler and we destroyed it to make sure with the most caution that the food was not going to be impacted by pathogen growth. Great, that would be a great question, a great answer. We never get that, but that would be a dream answer for us. Okay, let's move on here. 5 functions of open questions, and then 5 functions of closed questions. Because remember, we would encourage you to utilize both depending on the situation. So for open questions, it's to get detailed information. For hearing the subject's frame of reference. For allowing the interviewer yourself to listen and concentrate on observing nonverbal cues. Sometimes when we ask them to explain a sensitive topic, you can ask an open question so that you can gauge their level of cooperation, or you can gauge their level of knowledge on a particular subject matter. So then that way you can use that information to ask follow-up questions that are appropriate for that person's level of experience, level of knowledge, or level of cooperation and honesty. 4, getting leads for follow-up questions. You ask an open question, you listen carefully. When they give you information that is associated with the valuable information you're seeking, you can stop them and then say, hey, you know what, regarding this, can you give me more information on that, or give me more, or expand upon this? So to ask follow-up questions. And then reducing anxiety for yourself and reducing anxiety for the person, because asking open questions gives them an opportunity to express themselves, and it feels to the respondents less like an interrogation and more like a conversation. And then 5 functions for closed questions. Getting specific information quickly, particularly when there's an urgent issue, like has this adulterated product been loaded into a truck? Yes or no? We want to know that right away. Is the truck still here? Yes or no? We want to know that right away. So think about it in those terms. Changing the direction of an interview. If during their answer they're kind of redirecting the conversation away from what's important, you can ask closed questions that will hyper focus them on what the issue is. Are you aware that this pest issue is extremely problematic for your facility? If they say yes, good to go. If they say no, then you have other paths you could take. But if they say yes, then you can go on and you can say, okay, so let's focus our conversation on the pest issues. So that's how you could use a closed question in that to redirect somebody. Maintaining control. Sometimes you have very assertive people that you're interviewing, and asking yes/no questions kind of makes them focus on giving you an answer, and changes their mindset from what they're used to, which might just be to be giving, if they were a supervisor, giving assignments or orders to their staff. So you kind of switch the tables by asking them questions that require them to give you yes nos. And then once you kind of get them focused to giving you yes nos, then you can start asking more open-ended questions. It's sometimes a strategy that is used by car dealers, when they're trying to sell you a car. They'll basically have you answer. They try to get a yes answer from you, so then that way they can start narrowing their. It's a sales strategy. So they'll just say, also, which car do you want to take today, or what do you want your payment to be, or hey, let's go. Which car do you want to test drive? Like, they'll build these assumptions into their closed questions that have you answering what they want you to answer, so that the experience is focused on you buying a car rather than you determining if you want to buy a car. Maybe that's not a good analogy, but that's kind of the one that I use in my head, and when I explain maintaining control bullet here. Next one here, confirming agreement. Sometimes it seems like you and the respondent might be viewing a particular situation differently. Yes/no questions are very good or closed questions are very good for confirming agreement. This, for example, you would say, most prudent operators would immediately start the destruction of adulterated products. Is that something that you agree with? And if they say yes or they say no, then you kind of know how they feel about that. I agree with prudent processors that would destroy adulterated food. How about you, Mr. Respondent? Okay. And then refocusing attention. Again, it's just asking short questions that focus them on answering your yes nos. That shouldn't take too much thought, but it gets them into a pattern of responding to your requests. And then it kind of allows you to lead into the open questions more smoothly. All right. Next type of question that we want to talk about is loaded and indirect. So a loaded question is a question that contains a hidden assumption, and the respondent just confirms by answering the question. These loaded questions sometimes make the respondent feel guarded, defensive, and distrustful of you, the interviewer. And we try to, this, I will tell you that generally speaking, we try to avoid loaded questions. We're bringing it up here so that you can be aware what a loaded question is, and then you can think about when you're asking questions, are you asking loaded questions? And if you are, maybe we can kind of soften them up, particularly when it starts to elevate the levels of emotions that we have during our interviews. The next type that we talk about here is indirect questions. These are questions that attribute the question to someone else other than the interviewer. They're useful to address sensitive subjects, and they reduce the level of emotional confrontation. So take a look at this picture here. This is also at a different tofu manufacturer, and this, just so we're clear, it's not supposed to look like this. They're not supposed to be foam all over the floor and spilling over the different storage vessels during the tofu process. It's not supposed to look like this. So this is an insanitary condition for this specific type of process. So let's ask some questions here. We'll give you an example of a loaded question. And this is a question that could make the respondent feel defensive. Just imagine that you're the owner of this facility, and I'm asking you this question, and then put yourself in his position and try to feel what you think you would feel. How did you allow this equipment to become so dirty and poorly maintained? That's a loaded question. So it has the assumption or the presumption that it's the owner who allowed this to happen. Like, we're basically telling him that we've already determined that you permitted this to happen. You allowed this to happen. So this question, if I heard it, it would not make me feel good. It would make me feel like you're accusing me of something. So let's hear it again. How did you allow this equipment to become so dirty and poorly maintained? Or if your supervisor is looking at your car or something and they say, how did you allow your car to get so filthy and be such a poor representation of the department? How would that make you feel if your supervisor accused you of having your car be dirty, right? So that's a loaded question. There's really an answer that somebody might give to this would seem as if their answer would have to come with an agreement that they allowed this to happen. So the primary answer, if somebody is offended by this, is that they'll not answer your question and they'll just defend themselves and they'll say, "Well, I didn't allow this to happen." And then now you're getting information that has no value to you. So let's try this with a indirect question. An indirect question is one where we want to ask it in a way that makes the situation neutral, where there is no tone of accusation in it. So let's ask this same question, but in an indirect manner. How is the sanitation crew supposed to handle the sanitation of this equipment? So in this rephrasing, he's not the sanitation crew, he's the supervisor. So we're just asking him to explain how the people that are responsible for this sanitation crew are supposed to handle the sanitation of this equipment. Not how they did handle it or when they're going to handle it. We just want him to explain to us, like, what is the normal process? And the reason that we frame the question this way is because we want to see if the owner has a standard for sanitation And then we also want to see if that standard was adhered to. And then we will also want to see if that standard is appropriate. So this one question gives you a lot of valuable information. It'll tell you whether they have a standard or not, which we can address. It'll tell you whether the standard that they do have is appropriate or not, which will give us something different to address. And then it'll determine whether the people that are supposed to do this, if the standard was correct, are not doing it according to their standard, which may lead to questions about proper supervision. So the way that you phrase your questions and the types of questions that you ask are super important in yielding valuable information versus yielding just noise or information that has no value and has no function. All right, let's kind of continue on here. Improving inspection interviews by properly phrasing questions. So consider your information needs, broad and detailed. If you want broad and detailed information, you ask open questions. If you want short and specific information, or you have some other utility for the necessity for closed questions, like redirecting somebody or regaining control of the situation, you would ask closed questions. Consider the respondent's knowledge and experience level. So when we're phrasing a question, let's just say it's an open question at this, or let's just say, well, actually, regardless of what type it is, open or closed, let's say that the person is part of the sanitation crew, and we're interviewing him because he's the only one there. The sanitation crew probably wouldn't be the best person to ask about time and temperature requirements for the cooking of soybeans. If he's a food handler, we probably wouldn't ask him questions about the sanitation of the floors, walls, and ceilings. If it's the supervisor, we probably would ask him about how he handles employee hygiene issues, right? But we probably would not ask him questions that have to do with maintenance of the grounds outside of the facility, since he's the supervisor for the production. So consider the respondent's roles in that facility, and also consider the knowledge and experience that would be presumed for a person of that particular role. Sanitation crew, food handler, supervisor, the owner, the HACCP or the preventive controls coordinator. All of these people have very well understood roles, like in our general scheme of things. So keep that in mind when you're asking questions. A lot of times what ends up happening is that we ask questions of the firm representative that are irrespective of their positions. We just see this as an interview, and we see you representing the firm, and we want you to be the provider of all the knowledge. But many times they have a very limited, narrow scope of responsibilities, which will result in a very narrow scope of information that they can provide to you. And sometimes we try to, squeeze more information juice out of them than is available, and we end up getting information that is inaccurate, wrong, made up, and we just don't recognize it. So you can preface questions with, hey, I have a question about, if you're talking to a food handler, for example, I have questions about sanitation of this equipment. Are you familiar with how this is sanitized? And they'll say yes or no. And then we'll say, oh, okay, do you sanitize? And they'll say yes or no. And those closed questions will now give you the information that will help you establish their experience or knowledge in sanitation of the equipment. If the food handler tells me, yes, I know the process and procedures, and they tell me, yes, I'm the one who does the cleaning, then you can ask them questions like you typically would someone that was on the sanitation crew. So 2 things to consider when properly phrasing questions. Consider your information needs and ask the type of questions that will give you that. If you need detailed information, open questions. If you need just quick and dirty information, close questions. And then formulate your questions so that it is phrased in a manner that is appropriate for the person that you're speaking to. All right. Skilled interviewers ask the right type of questions for the situation, and they customize questions according to the respondent's presumed knowledge and experience. And then, of course, like an example we just gave in the slide before, you can ask some quick close questions to narrow in on specific knowledge. So then that way you can expand the types of questions that you're going to ask that particular person that you're interviewing, so that the information you get is accurate and valuable. Have go-to interview questions and statements. What I generally recommend that you do as a new inspector or investigator is, when you're out in the field, pay attention to the line of questioning that the experienced people in your department ask. And then when you hear a really good question being asked, write it down and start building a question library, and then test them out. And you'll see if they work with your personality or not. And if they do, keep them and keep a list of your premium questions, and it'll make your job easier. What you also want to do is, like, anytime you feel like you're struggling with the interview, rethink the questions you're asking and just rephrase them, and then give it another go and see if you see any improvement. And little by little over time, you'll end up coming up with your own style and line of questioning, and it'll be influenced by people with different experiences. That'll be the quickest way to get through that learning curve. For number one here, I also want to mention that when we're talking about the right type of question for the situation, the care you take in asking questions is going to be dependent on the risk level of the situation. So if you have a high risk situation going on, you're going to have to put a lot of care in how you ask the questions, so that you get precision in the answers that are being provided to you. And then you also want to be aware of whether the situation that you're examining is associated with something systemic, or if it's something isolated. So in that way, you can make sure that when you ask questions, it elicits information that's broad enough to cover the systemic information. Or if it's an isolated incident, you can ask just very, very direct questions, because you're only talking about a very narrow scope of problem at the facility. So a skilled interviewer will ask the right type of question for the situation. They'll make sure that when you are conducting an interview, you're aware of who you're talking to and what his level of experience is, so you can customize your questions to him. And then you'll ramp up your quality of inspections quicker if you start to pull questions from your more experienced staff and then make them part of your repertoire. So you want to be an interview question collector, and then you decide what you're going to keep and what you're not going to keep, or you can modify the questions. So that's kind of a 3 little bullets here to kind of try to have your mindset for advancing your skill level be like, take some little jumps and leaps as we go on. And now we're going to go on. So next thing we're going to talk about here is phrasing questions. And we have another poll question. So let's go ahead and give you that second poll. The poll question is for phrasing. And the poll will come up, and there's the poll there. You suspect, so this is what the scenario is. You suspect that an employee failed to wash his hands after using the toilet room. The employee returned to his station and is about to prepare food. Which question below has the best phrasing for this scenario? So go ahead and look at the 4 choices there and pick the one you think is best. We'll give it a few more seconds and then we'll take a look at your answers. All right, here we go. First one, the biggest choice here that we have here, or the majority of you guys answered. Can you explain the proper hygiene practices after the use of the restroom facilities? Then next is, was the hand washing sink properly stocked with hand soap and paper towels? The third choice here, this is a 15%, is did you wash your hands after using the restroom? And the fourth, the least answered choice is handling food with dirty hands is a bad practice. Are your hands clean? Okay, those are all good answers, and they'll all give you information. And what we're trying to figure out at this point, remember, is let's kind of go back to what our practice is. This is what we're thinking about. This guy just came out of the toilet room, and he's about to handle food. Do we want to ask an open question or a closed question? Do we want to ask a question that gives us direct, quick information? Or do we want a long answer? He's about to process food. And if you can picture yourself in this situation, if this guy's coming back to work, he's not going to wait to start handling food. He may answer your open question, but he's going to answer it as he's touching the food. And it might complicate your situation. So in this scenario, I would probably recommend just getting straight to it. Did you wash your hands? Which would be answer C there. Did you wash your hands after using the restroom? He'll tell you yes or no. If he tells you yes, and you feel that that's trustworthy, you're good to go. If he tells you no, he'll have the guilty look on his face, and then he'll run back and go wash his hands. That's generally what I see. Now, you can ask the other questions, and you'll get some answers. What I've found in my experience is that if you don't ask a direct question, they end up working as they answer your question. So I tend to stick with yes, no's, and then I'll gauge my next step or my next question on how much I trust his answer. If they tell me yes, and their hands, and it doesn't seem like their hands are cleaned, I'll say, wait a minute, how did you wash them? And then I'll say, hold on, before you handle food, how did you wash them? And then we kind of go from there. But I'll start with the direct question. Good job, guys. Thank you for that. And I'll go ahead and close that. So, phrasing questions. Let's go back to our scenario with Joe here. What are our information needs, and what is the respondent's knowledge? Oh yeah, I'm sorry. And then for the scenario that we were talking about, remember, he's just the guy that works on the line. So he goes to the restroom. His supervisor probably told him, wash your hands, change your gloves. Or his supervisor might have told him, wash your hands in a particular way and then come back to work. But generally speaking, so a lot of these line workers, they just know they have to wash their hands and come back. They may not even be able to answer the procedure because they don't see it that way in their mind. They just know, wash your hands and move on. Okay, let's go back to this scenario here. We're back with Joe and the tofu curds, and we're trying to figure out like what are our information needs and what's the respondent's knowledge. So what do we need to know? Remember, we want to focus on the more serious violations, like whether or not food is contaminated, how much food is contaminated. So information needs. How much tofu was contaminated by this cheesecloth handling practice? That's what we want to know. And the other thing we want to know is like, what are their planned corrections? This will kind of gauge us on what we need to obligate them to do versus what we allow them to do. So if they are planning to destroy the product voluntarily, I'll let them destroy it. If they're not planning to do that because they want to recook it or do some other XYZ thing to mitigate the issue, then I'm gonna seize the product. And then we'll eventually proceed with condemnation, that is a court order or something like that. But if I can avoid that process, I want to hear their corrective actions first so that I don't have to go down that path. So information needs, remember, focused on determining if a violation is associated with direct contamination of food so that we can protect public health. And then the next thing is mitigating that immediate issue, which is the contaminated food. And we start that process by asking them what they're going to do. And then the next thing is respondent's knowledge. So in this scenario, we're looking at Joe here, but we're just assuming here that we're talking to the production supervisor. So what we're going to do next is we're going to kind of go over how we might phrase questions that hit our 2 bullets here, which is getting the information that we need, which is valuable information, and phrasing the questions and customizing the questions based on the respondent. So, phrasing of your questions. Here's an example. Open. This is an open question. What training, and we're talking to the supervisor of Joe, what training do you provide your employees regarding cheesecloths? So this question is gauged to get, is phrased to get to the root cause of the problem. So what we'll get with this, what the information that we might get with this is going to be regarding whether or not they are properly training their people or not. And then what's going to happen with that information is we'll determine if this is a Joe issue or if this is an everybody issue. Okay, next one here, a closed question. How many batches of tofu did Joe manufacture this week? That's going to tell us. We know that Joe is doing this practice of flipping the dirty cheesecloth over the tofu. We want to see how many batches he processed, and then that will help us determine the scope of the issue. If today was his first day, then the scope is small. If he's been doing this the whole week, and when he worked double shifts, the scope is bigger. And then the last one here is an indirect question, which is, what can be done at this time to make sure that contaminated tofu is not distributed? So we're asking him a question that's going to our inspection need regarding corrective actions. We want him to say voluntarily that he's going to voluntarily destroy it. So we have a series of questions here of different styles, of different types that we asked regarding the situation that all yielded valuable information that was feeding into our inspection objective of protecting public health. We asked an open question to get to the root cause. We asked a closed question to narrow down the scope of the issue. And then we ask an indirect question to determine if we have to take some elevated enforcement action or we can just let them do what they're going to do because it's appropriate for mitigating the situation. So we're getting kind of near the end of the presentation. So I'm going to give you some interview tips. There's 3 go-to statements for most situations. And this is just to kind of set the mood and have the rapport and information start flowing in a nice, low emotion state. I just tell them, hey, tell me what's going on here. So wherever I'm at, if I'm with Joe, I say, hey, tell me what's going on here with Joe. And then they'll explain what's going on. And then they say, oh, I just saw him flip the tofu on top of flip the cheesecloth on top of the tofu and it was touching the floor. What should we do about that? And then kind of have a normal conversation that feeds off of that initial tell me what's going on here question. And you can use it anywhere. Next one here, and I use this one a lot when I'm coming up to some specialized equipment that I have no idea what it is. And I'll just tell them, please walk me through this process. And then have them tell me the story. And then from there, I can put together what I think is happening and then ask my questions. And then thirdly, tell me what you call this equipment and how it's used. Again, this one is used for specific to an equipment piece, but it dovetails off of what we talked about for number 2 there. And then for open questions that you can use for most situations, describe how you prevent contamination at this step. Almost everything that we're focused on, remember, is about identifying direct contamination of food. So at any step where you see the possibility for contamination, we could ask this question so that they can tell us how they prevent contamination, and then that'll give us an idea of what they're aware of as the risks at this particular step. Number 2, what challenges have you had with this process, or what challenges have you had with this area, or what challenges have you had with this product? So if you're at a facility that has a pest infestation, like let's go to where we see the cracked doors and the gaps and all this, and we ask them, like, what challenges have you had here in this area? And then they might just tell you, we had trouble getting the seals, or whatever they tell you. And then that'll kind of help you narrow down how you could help them help themselves. How can these violations be prevented in the future? This will gauge their level of knowledge in whatever they're doing regarding whatever process they're doing. Like it'll help you gauge whether they're capable of making these corrections. And if not, you might want to level up and go up the chain of command to get to somebody else that's better capable of making things happen. And number 4, what can be done to improve these conditions or correct these violations? And that one's pretty straightforward. All right, so to wrap up here, what did we learn? We learned that the purpose of an inspection interview is to get information to characterize and address violations. And we learned how to improve our inspection strategy by focusing on our inspection purpose, which is to protect food from contamination and protect the public, identifying our information needs, like find out what you need to get and ask questions that get you that information, which is valuable information that's actionable, and then pre-planning to address obstacles. So making sure that you try to recognize when something is not working and then rephrase. That should be your go-to. Something's not working, let's rephrase. And then lastly, we learn how to conduct more effective inspection interviews by building trust with transparency, asking expertly phrased questions, and making the appropriate information gathering requests. So we covered a lot, and hopefully there's some things that you can take home or take back to work with you and practice. And this presentation will be available for you. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me. Thank you for your attention. Again, this is James Chan with the California Department of Public Health, and I'm down here in Southern California. Thank you.
So much, James. There was a couple of questions that came in on chat and a couple in the Q&A. I think we have a little bit of time. We can maybe touch on those at least a little bit. So on the soy milk one, did you have any concerns with the galvanized elbows with the water inlet? That it looks like they might have been galvanized in that photo that was brought up by an attendee.
Yeah, so a lot of times I can't recall exactly, but most of the soy milk processors will use stainless steel in all of their equipment. And what happens sometimes is the stainless steel will get beat up. And I didn't really notice the galvanized steel, but if there is galvanized steel being used in place of stainless steel, that does create an opportunity for physical contaminants. When you have two different metals connected together, there has to be a metal in between that is not reactive to the galvanized and is also not reactive to the stainless steel. Otherwise, you can create problems. So yes, that would be a problem for that particular piece of equipment.
Yeah, so
in addition to rust and those kind of things, it's just hard to clean.
Right, working down the list of problems in that facility. It sounds
exactly.
Like. And then a question on your specific policies based on that situation. Attendee asked if that would be something that your jurisdiction would consider requesting closure.
Yeah, we don't have closure authority. What we do generally is that we embargo all of their ingredients and all of their food products. And then once we do that, then it pretty much ceases their operations. We have reinspection authority. So basically we will come back randomly. And every time we come back, if we find that they're doing things, they get charged $100 per hour that we're there. So we don't really have too much. We don't have any authority with closure, but that's the way we stop the food from being manufactured and distributed.
And then generally with these types of scenarios, was there anything there that you might be having a discussion about a recall with the firm?
Yes, 100%. So if we determine that the product that was affected was distributed, then we'll try to get a market withdrawal, and if recall is necessary, we'll go ahead and do that as well. And that happens oftentimes when there is gross unsanitary conditions, particularly related to active pest infestations.
Very good. And I think the last one that got a lot of comment was that question with the restroom, the employee coming out of the restroom with the questionable hand washing practices. And so I thought it was interesting, some of the comments. One said, please remember you have to wash your hands before handling food. Another one would approach it, can you wash your hands, please? Maybe jumping in and immediately stopping that activity.
Yep.
And I thought this one was good too. Show me how you washed your hands in the restroom. So some of those kind of things. Do you have any other thoughts? It seemed like a lot of interest based on that.
I think that's a super good practice of just stopping. If you have any suspicion, it only takes them 20 seconds to wash your hands, or 30 seconds, or whatever their procedures are, right? Depending on what type of hand washing equipment they have. But I think the idea of stopping them and say, you know what, do you mind showing me how you wash your hands? If you have any suspicion, and then observing it, and then you're good to go. You know they wash their hands now. I think that's a great strategy. I've used it many times. particularly when we've had history where hand washing was a violation during previous occasions. I think that's a good practice.
Yeah, you know that if they at least know what the procedure is, and so education's not as, it's more about getting hearts and minds won. So fantastic,
Exactly.
James. I really appreciate it. Appreciate the great engagement from everybody. And right now we are going to again say thanks to James, and then we're going to have a break. There are going to be some slides about AFTO and activities and opportunities for you. So get a quick break and refresher. I think we'll be back here at 5 till the hour. And we'll kick things off again with our next presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
I want to welcome everyone back. Hopefully you got a little refresher there. We can dive into our next presentation. We're fortunate to have two experts in the realm of risk-based preventive control inspections and report writing. Have Lillian Sue and Matthew Noonan. So Lillian is a policy analyst at FDA's Center for Food Safety and Applied Nutrition in the compliance policy staff in the Office of Compliance. Prior to that, she served for 6 years as a subject matter expert on some of the FSMA regulations in the Office of Food Safety. She was involved with the rulemaking process that resulted in the issuance of the CGMP's Current Good Manufacturing Practice, Hazard Analysis, and Risk-Based Preventive Controls for Human Food final rule. In her current position, she co-leads several work groups focused on tackling compliance policy issues and inspection approaches. In addition, she is a lead instructor for PCHF from the Food Safety Preventive Controls Alliance. And Matthew Noonan is an FDA compliance officer who serves as a subject matter expert for PCHF, Preventive Controls for Human Food, in the Division of Enforcement, Office of Compliance, also with CIFSAN. He previously worked in FDA's Office of Regulatory Affairs as a compliance officer and field investigator. Matt also currently teaches food and drug courses in the Temple University Regulatory Affairs and Quality Assurance Program as an adjunct professor. So I want to welcome you both. I think we have a lot of folks from local agencies that might not have as much direct experience in food processing plants in this world. So I think there'll be a lot to learn. And for those who do have experience, there's always more to learn in this area. So I want to turn it over to you both and appreciate you coming with us today.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Thanks for the intro. Appreciate it. I think we have on the schedule Lillian and I going from now until about 3 or 3:15 or somewhere in there Eastern. Subsequent to Lillian and I writing those bios, you may have heard FDA has gone through a big reorganization of its food programs. So of course, all of our office names are different, and some of our titles are different as well. Now I am in what used to be CIFSAN, the Human Foods Program, which is the center, the Center for Food in FDA. And Lillian recently switched jobs as well. So maybe I'll have Lillian say that spiel for her.
Sure, thanks, Matt. So I am currently a national expert in food with what used to be ORA. Now we are the Office of Inspections and Investigations. But I'm both happy to be here today to talk about PC for human food inspections. I think, Matt, you're starting us off, right?
I am. So, yep. So, yeah, lots of changes within FDA, but this particular content for this presentation really doesn't change much. A lot of the organizationally FDA is changing, but a lot of how FDA does inspections is really not. So, we are going over today preventive controls for human foods inspections. We understand that not everyone in this audience may be doing those types of inspections. So this might be just for awareness for you, or to be get an understanding of how FDA does things in terms of human food inspections, or maybe your firm might be asking questions about that maybe you can provide some information on. If you have any questions as we go through, please we will have a little Q&A at the end, but as questions come up, feel free to ask them in real time as we're talking about that subject. You can, raise your hand or chat or, whatever. Okay, so let's see here. So today we will be going over, big picture, we'll be going over how FDA does a preventive controls for human food inspection, and specifically how FDA writes up observations, deficiencies from those inspections in a very systematic approach. You'll see that we have a job aid called Structure of Observations that Lillian spearheaded, that kind of drives that write-up in terms of explaining the deficiencies to the firm, and also for FDA to write out those deficiencies in a consistent way across, the human foods program. Lillian will also briefly talk about qualified facility inspections, and that's kind of like the mom and pop exemption from the federal CGMP and PCHF rule, where things are a little bit different. They're not subject to full preventive controls requirements, and Lillian will talk about that in a bit. And then again, as we mentioned, we will see if you have any questions at the end. And again, if you have questions throughout, we're happy to take them as well. All right, go for it.
Thanks. So yeah, as Matt mentioned, we're going to start off with talking about types of establishments that actually aren't subject to the full PC requirements in the regulation. And so we're talking about qualified facilities. It's worth talking about what is a qualified facility. And for all intents and purposes, you can just think about qualified facilities as being very small businesses. And as defined in the regulation, these are establishments that make less than $1 million annually. But the key thing here is that it's not necessarily just that particular facility. It also includes subsidiaries and affiliates. So the $1 million total is for the business, including subsidiaries and affiliates, in terms of sales of human food. It's an average of the previous 3 years, and it's also adjusted for inflation. And it also takes into account the market value of human foods manufactured, processed, packed, or held without sale. So FDA has a few resources that are available to help you determine if the business that you're dealing with is a very small business or a qualified facility. We have a guidance that speaks to how to determine whether an establishment is a very small business. We also have the FSMA for adjusted for inflation webpage, where it spells out for not just this regulation, but for some of the other FSMA regulations that also have sales-based exemptions. The website we have tells you what that cutoff is, because it's $1 million adjusted for inflation. It's not, so it's higher than $1 million. And we tend to update that website, we try to update it April of every year. So next slide, please. So if you find out that the business that you're dealing with is a qualified facility, and that's why it's important to check the business size at the beginning of the inspection, this affects the scope of the inspection and what requirements of the regulation apply to the establishment. So if the entity is a qualified facility, that establishment must meet the attestation requirements that are spelled out in subpart D, 117.201 of this regulation. However, they are exempt from the PC requirements in subpart C and G, regardless of whether it attests. So again, the exemption applies to facilities that meet the definition of a qualified facility. They do have additional requirements to attest to FDA to say that, one, they are a qualified facility, and two, to tell us how they are controlling hazards and ensuring that the food that they're making is safe. But no matter which one they attest to, they are still subject to also the GMP requirements in subpart B. Next slide. So we have here on the slide the one pager that has been circulating through. I know some of the FDA courses like FD 190 has this one, and I think this has made its way to this audience as well. If not, we can also share this. But it is here in your slide. It's a job aid about conducting inspections at qualified facilities. So if you're assigned an inspection at a facility that you determine is a qualified facility, there's two possibilities, right? They either attested or they did not attest. So if they attested or they attest during the inspection, because you're able to use the skills that we just heard about in the last inspection and convince them to, or the last presentation, and convince them to attest during the inspection, then you would follow the steps in the left-hand side of this job aid. So what you want to do is verify that the facility has attested and that they understand the provision that they attested under. Again, there's the two provisions. So the first provision is that they identified hazards and have basically preventive controls in place. They're not subject to the full requirements for a food safety plan and all the bells and whistles that go with that. But they have like what I call like a food safety plan light, where they say these are the hazards, these are our preventative controls, or they can say that they're in compliance with non-federal food safety regulations. So it could be state or local regulations. So you're going to see which provision they attested under, make sure that they understand that. And then the inspection will be a GMP inspection, because we still have to make sure that the facility is controlling all relevant food safety hazards for that product and process. So we would evaluate their processes and controls under the GMPs. Then in terms of time spent, you would use the different packs to say, what time you spent verifying the attestation, and then the time spent conducting a GMP inspection. So you'll see here 0304Q is the pack for modified requirements at qualified facilities, and then 03040 is the GMP inspection pack. So those are the FDA packs, and then for state people, it would be the one after the slash. So 03S 043 for modified requirements at qualified facilities, and then 03S 040 for the GMP portion of the inspection. And then in the report, you would want to document that you verified that the facility attested and the firm understood what provision they attested under. And then if they attested to being in compliance with non-federal requirements, then you'd also have to see if they provided notification of the name and complete business address of the facility to the consumers, because that's another requirement that's spelled out in 117.201E. If they did not provide that information, then that would be a non-printable item that you would also cite. If you are assigning an inspection at a facility that is a qualified facility but did not attest, then you'd want to inform the facility that it is mandatory to attest. And then, it's the same thing. You would still conduct a GMP inspection, still use the same packs for time spent discussing the requirement to attest, and then time spent conducting a GMP inspection. And then in your inspection report, you'd want to document that you talked about and told the facility about the requirements to attest and shared with them instructions on how to attest. And FDA also has a guidance document that explains how to submit those attestations to FDA. And then if the facility, doesn't attest during the inspection, you would cite 117.201A, which is a non-printable, and also 117.201E if they also did not provide notification of the name and complete business address of the facility to the consumers. So that is, in a nutshell, how you would do an inspection at a qualified facility. Go for it, Matt.
All right, thanks, Lane. Okay, so that was qualified facilities. So now, not subject to PC. Now, the facilities that are subject to PC, FDA has the option of conducting a full scope preventive controls inspection, and that's a in-depth system-based approach to evaluating how the facility identifies hazards for significance. And if they are significant, how the facility establishes written procedures to control those hazards, and also how they implement those procedures. This graph is kind of a big picture outline of what that might look like depending on the facility and the hazards. Really, everything that could go wrong from a food safety standpoint really is encompassed in this outline in terms of significant hazards. So it starts with a hazard analysis by the facility in the top left, where if you're familiar with HACCP, it's very, very similar to that. Considers potential hazards that may be introduced in the process, evaluates whether they're significant or not. The ones that are significant fall under preventive controls. We need written procedures that are adequate and implemented. For those hazards that are not significant, that's really not the best terminology, but really that's what the hazard analysis is bifurcating. For those hazards deemed not significant, they still need to be controlled, just not in this chart. And of course, they need to be controlled under CGMP. And that just means without the formalities, without the procedures, really without the procedures and the records. But if the hazard is significant from the hazard analysis, then it graduates into a preventive control program. It needs to be controlled via a procedure that needs to be implemented, and that implementation needs to be documented. And of course, it has to be adequate as well. And those hazards fall into, according to the regulation, a handful of buckets. And the first one is a process preventive control to control hazards. And that generally is where the hazard is associated with the process or associated or controlled via the process of making the food. So think of things like cooking and cooling and refrigeration and metal detection, that sort of thing. Again, very, very, very similar to HACCP. And again, very similar to HACCP, the control of that hazard needs to be, if we're looking at the kind of the last column there, needs to be controlled and via monitoring. And if it's not controlled, corrective actions need to be taken. And there also needs to be verification of control. So monitoring would be like looking, checking the times and temperatures of a cook, for example. And generally speaking, for process preventive controls, we need to have a minimum or maximum value. So for example, a minimum cook temperature, a minimum cook time that the facility will be monitoring to make sure that that's hit. If it's not, then corrective actions or corrections need to be taken. We'll go over them in a little bit. And there's also verification, again, just like HACCP, things like calibrations of the measuring instruments or validation that for example, the cook time and temperature is sufficient to control the hazard, or record reviews. So those three things, monitoring, corrective actions, and verification, the regulation calls management components. There are different, the other preventive control types include allergen, and that has to do with declaring intentional allergens and preventing unintentional allergens. Also subject to the management components of monitoring, corrective actions, and verification. Might not be numbers associated with that because it's not really number driven, right? You're declaring milk in a product that declares milk. You're cleaning equipment, shared equipment from one allergen profile to the next. It's not really number driven. So you want to see the minimum or maximum values there. Similar with sanitation. So sanitation is intended to prevent recontamination with environmental pathogens like Listeria monocytogenes, salmonella of ready-to-eat food exposed in the environment. So prevention of cross-contamination with environmental pathogens of ready-to-eat food exposed in the environment, because that's like the biggest risk of, from a biological standpoint, contaminating food. If it's ready to eat and expose the environment, contaminating food from the environment. Also need management components of monitoring, corrective actions, and verification. Supply chain is a little bit different because the hazards are not actually controlled by the facility making the food. The receiving facility is relying on its suppliers to control a hazard, and that might be, pesticides or mycotoxins. It might not even be feasible for the manufacturing facility to control those hazards, like those two examples I just gave. Because of that, you won't see the monitoring, the management component of monitoring, because there's nothing for the facility to monitor. They're not controlling the hazard. They're relying on the supplier to control it. So we're left with verification activities, things like on-site audits or sampling and testing. And if those are deficient, to have corrective actions or corrections to rectify the problem. And the regulation also calls a recall plan, if there's at least one hazard requiring a preventive control, a preventive control as well. Some would argue that the problem has already happened, so that is necessitating the recall, but I guess FDA would say, well, the recall plan would be preventing more problems. So it's preventive in that way. So those are things that the FDA investigator will be looking out for. If the hazard requires a PC and the investigator does his or her own hazard analysis, that the facility has a procedure in one of these buckets that is adequate and that is implemented with documentation. So written procedure, starts with the hazard analysis. For those significant hazards requiring a PC, a written procedure that's adequate to control the hazard, that's implemented, that's followed, and that implementation is documented. So more specifically, the investigator is, after the initial pleasantries and formalities, conducting an initial interview, obtaining information about the product and processes, determining what's going to be covered by the inspection. A lot of that is picking a product to cover. They're trained to go after a high risk product, right? You can't cover everything. So we want to cover, one thing in depth, rather than trying to cover everything really shallow. The philosophy is let's cover one high risk product in depth. And, if there are deficiencies there, odds are there might be deficiencies with other products, associated deficiencies with other products. So that might entail, in order to cover a high risk product, that might be like, hey, what are you running this week? When are you receiving ingredients that I can look at? When are you doing, when you make winter production schedule? When are you doing allergen changeovers? When does your sanitation activities take place so that the investigator can watch those activities? Investigator is just another term for an inspector at the FDA level. The investigator is conducting a walkthrough of the facility, preparing a flow diagram, or maybe just verifying the firm's flow diagram. Sometimes those are current, sometimes not, as you might be aware. Writing a description of the process at each step so that the investigator understands, how the food is being processed, and that's going to inform the hazard analysis. Observing, of course, as you're all aware, employee practices, production processes, cleaning procedures, and noting any deficiencies for later use. So all that's pretty generic to any inspection. But for preventive controls inspection, the investigator is also conducting his or her own hazard analysis. Now, we saw the facility has to conduct its hazard analysis, but the investigator is conducting his or her own, and that's to see if they match or if there are differences that need to be reconciled. Like, for example, if the investigator, after observing and collecting information, thinks that a hazard is significant and the facility doesn't, well, that needs to be, resolved. That can be resolved through, questioning and answering, gathering even more information from the firm, or maybe the firm just missed it or is incorrect. So the investigator is conducting a finished product hazard analysis, and that is to capture those process-related hazards and processing the finished product by the manufacturer at the facility. And you may be familiar with FDA's draft hazards guide, the generic one for all food. We'll nickname the food hazards guide. And there's information in chapter 3 about when a hazard may be significant or not. And there's information about in appendix 1 of when the hazard might even be potential in the first place. Right? It's not enough that a hazard is potential for PC. It has to be significant, it has to be in terms of likelihood and severity. So the investigator is doing the same thing for the ingredient hazard analysis, taking each of the ingredients and seeing if there are any significant hazards associated with those ingredients. So sometimes those ingredient-related hazards can be controlled by the facility, like maybe through a cook step. And sometimes the facility is relying on the supplier, like the pesticide example. Again, there's information in the food hazards guide about when hazards might be significant or not, and then again, even when they might be potential in the first place in appendix 1, and it's a check mark system. So after those, the investigator identifies hazards that require a PC that are significant. He or she is evaluating if any of those fall into the process PC bucket. Process PC is necessary when a facility applies a process to control significant hazards, typically to the food itself, meaning it's like through their processing, right? Through their cook step, through their melody texture, through their cooling, through their finished product refrigeration. Typically, as we mentioned, those process PCs are going to have numbers, minimum or maximum values, like a critical limit in the hazard plan, as I mentioned. For an allergen PC, again, we're looking at two distinct allergen risks, allergen hazards. One is if the product is supposed to contain allergens, they're going to need a allergen PC to make sure that they declare those allergens, right? The risk is that those are left undeclared. If there are products being made with different allergen profiles in the same facility, and especially on shared equipment, shared food contact surfaces, there might be the need for an allergen PC to control cross contact, and those are the unintentional allergens. You know, the candy bars that are made on the same processing equipment, and some have peanuts and some don't. A sanitation PC, again, go back to our criteria. Ready-to-eat food, expose the environment where that food may be contaminated with environmental pathogens, salmonella or LM. Ready-to-eat food, expose the environment. So typically that would either be through an insanitary facility, especially food contact surfaces of equipment, or employees, especially their hands, right? As we just heard before this talk. Food contact surfaces, either employee hands or of equipment. If that's the case, if there's ready-to-eat food exposed to the environment where that food may be cross-contaminated with environmental pathogens, that hazard is probably significant. And if it is, it requires a PC, and a verification activity is an environmental monitoring program. That's one of the few areas in the rule where FDA in the regulation is very specific that this is a requirement. It's not for the facility to decide. If there is a sanitation PC, if contamination of ready-to-eat food exposed to the environment is a significant hazard, then the facility needs to conduct environmental monitoring for the appropriate salmonella or LM for their type of food, typically wet or dry food. A supply chain program, again, this is the different PC type than the others, in that the hazard is not being controlled in-house. The facility is relying on the supplier, the supply chain, to control the hazard. And the facility is just verifying that control at the receiving step. So at the receiving step, the facility is verifying, for example, that there was an annual on-site audit that has taken place on the supplier to ensure control of the hazard, or that the material, and it depends on the hazard in terms of what the appropriate supplier verification activity is, or the ingredient is coming in with a C of A that shows, the testing, shows control of the hazard. So the ingredient is being received in the facility, and the facility is verifying that an appropriate supplier verification activity has happened. And if that's the case, then the supplier has, controlled the hazard. The facility's verified that, and the facility doesn't have to control it itself. Now, of course, this is only appropriate for ingredients, right? Suppliers can't control what happens in the facility's manufacturing processing. And that's one of the reasons why we have a finished product hazard analysis and an ingredient hazard analysis. All right, Lillian. You are on mute.
Sorry about that. All right, so now that we kind of understand about hazard analysis and cost and the different preventive control programs, the last piece of hazard analysis is to kind of fill out the summary of hazards requiring a preventive control. This is not required by anybody for anything, but it's something that we teach in the field staff doing these kinds of inspections. we strongly suggest having a summary sheet because that helps you keep track of the bottom line. You know, instead of sifting through your paperwork to see all the potential hazards, we can now focus on the ones that we've determined require a preventive control. And it also helps the next step of the inspection, where we're going to be comparing what we came up with in terms of hazards requiring a preventive control to what the facility came up with, and moving through the inspection from there. Next slide. But before we get into the rest of the inspection process, we have some questions for you. And I'm going to see. Not sure if I'm able to launch the polls. Matt, are you seeing a poll option?
I am not.
I have to launch them, so just let me know when you want me to pull them up and I can do that.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so we have a few poll questions now. This first one pertains to a made-up scenario that we based on the Silky Sensations Corporation. They manufacture cream fillings, which are distributed to restaurants who use them to fill pastries. So all the fillings contain milk, eggs, and wheat flour. Some of the fillings contain tree nuts, such as almonds and pine nuts, others do not. The equipment is shared for processing the various fillings with and without nuts on the same day. Filling ingredients are mixed and cooked in a kettle. So the first poll question is, which hazards would require a preventive control? Would it be undeclared allergens due to incorrect label, allergen cross-contact, or both? Okay, so it looks like the vast majority of you picked both, and both would be the correct answer. Does someone want to explain why through either the chat or raising your hand? Yeah, so I'm seeing some responses in the chat. You need to account for both variables happening at the facility. And yeah, so we are saying that these both are hazards that require a preventive control. And the reason for that is because we know the fillings, all the fillings contain some of these major food allergens, right? So we have milk, eggs, wheat. Some of them do not. So some of them contain tree nuts. Sorry, they all contain those milk, eggs, and wheat, and then some fillings contain tree nuts, such as almonds and pine nuts, whereas the other ones do not contain the nut ingredients. So the issue is that we need to make sure, or the facility needs to make sure, that they are labeling the products properly with respect to the major food allergen declarations. So we wouldn't want a filling that contains almonds to have a label that does not declare the almond allergen, right? So that's why we need undeclared allergens. And then in terms of allergen cross-contact, again, because we have these fillings with different allergen profiles, and the scenario talks about how the equipment is shared for processing the various fillings with and without nuts on the same day, we need to make sure that there are processes in place to make sure that when we're switching between fillings with different allergen profiles, we're not accidentally incorporating an allergen into the food when it's not supposed to be there. So that's why both is the correct answer. The second poll question is, does a hazard of vegetative pathogens require a preventive control? And then Amy, if you could launch that poll. Again, here again, most people said yes, and that is the correct answer because we know that vegetative pathogens have been associated with some of these ingredients, such as eggs, wheat flour, and tree nuts. So the cooking step would be considered the process PC to address the hazard of vegetative pathogens. Another question is, do you guys think, given that they do have this cook step, is a supply chain preventive control necessary for the hazard of vegetative pathogens? And you can either say yes or no in the chat. We also need a supply chain program to rely on the suppliers to control pathogens in these ingredients. So I'm seeing one person say no and everyone else said yes. So for the people who said yes, why do you think it is a supply chain program is necessary? It would be an additional control. And the question is, do we need to have two controls in place for vegetative pathogens? Yeah, so exactly what Paige is saying, that these are heat treated, because the facility is going to have a cook step. If they properly implement that cook step, that could address these vegetative pathogens. And so in that case, we wouldn't need a supply chain program because that'd be kind of redundant. I saw something go by about mycotoxins, and so that's a different hazard. So we're not asking about mycotoxins for this scenario. We're just talking about vegetative pathogens. And so again, the bottom line is a supply chain program is not required because the facility is going to be applying that cook step to the filling. So that will address vegetative pathogens. All right, next slide, please. So continuing on with our scenario, once the filling is cooled enough for handling, then they're removed from the kettles. And this is a manual process using large handheld utensils. The facility determines that the finished product fillings require refrigeration to control Staph aureus growth and toxin formation, and establishes a critical limit of less than or equal to 40 degrees Fahrenheit as a process preventive control. So again, they're saying that pathogen growth and toxin formation from Staph aureus is a hazard that requires this process PC, critical limit less than 40 degrees, less than or equal to 40 degrees. Must the facility independently validate this critical limit? Yes, because the rule requires every facility to perform its own validation studies. Yes, because critical limits in all PCs must be validated, or no, because the critical limit is already scientifically established. Okay, so we're pretty split here. Some of you said yes, because the PC rule requires every facility to perform its own validation study. So that is not the correct answer. Under the regulation, there's a general requirement that, preventive controls must be validated. The validation doesn't necessarily imply that each facility has to do their own validation studies. There's no sense in reinventing the wheel. If, for example, FDA put out guidance that establishes our current thinking on, what are adequate refrigeration temperatures, or in this case, refrigeration is generally it's well accepted what the refrigeration range is. I mean, you can purchase, little thermometers in the grocery store or Walmart or something, and it highlights like what's the safe range for refrigeration. And that's generally between 32 and 40. And since this is well-established scientific literature, scientific understanding, it's also in some of the FDA guidances. So we wouldn't expect a facility to have to do their own validation study to demonstrate that this is an appropriate critical limit. So A is not the correct answer. B is not the correct answer either, because it's not necessarily the case that all critical limits and all preventive controls must be validated. The requirement for validation really only applies to process preventive controls. And so that leaves us with C as the correct answer. The facility does not need to do its own independent validation studies because the critical limit is already scientifically established. All right, next slide. Okay, so now we've finished talking about how we do our own hazard analysis. We had a few questions looking at case studies for determining whether a hazard requires preventive control, and some pieces about the components of those preventive controls. The next step in the inspection is to evaluate the facility's hazard analysis. Remember, I told you that we highly encourage field staff to do that summary of hazards that require preventive control. This is because we have to compare our summary sheet to the facility's hazard analysis to see if we came up with the same hazards that require preventive control. If there are differences, then it's our job to resolve any differences with the firm so that we are all on the same page about which hazards do require preventive control. The facility could have identified more hazards than we did. Sometimes they have information that we don't have necessarily that would suggest that a certain hazard does require preventive control. And so that would be something that we would say, okay, yeah, that's a good point. We would consider that as a hazard that requires a preventive control as well. Other times they may have more hazards than we identified because they may include quality parameters and issues like rancidity, for example. They could include that in their food safety plan. But that's fine, they can do that. But for the purposes of the preventive controls inspections, we're only focusing on those hazards that have an impact on food safety. So if it's a quality issue, we're not going to worry about that. So we won't have to assess their controls for those types of hazards. We're only focusing on the food safety hazards. Sometimes we will have identified more hazards than they did. And in that case, we would ask the facility, did you consider this hazard? If maybe they didn't consider it, they just missed it. Maybe they did consider it, but they determined that it doesn't require preventive control, and they may give a rationale as to why. And it would be our job to figure out, is that a scientifically sound rationale, and go from there. If the facility did not identify a hazard that requires a preventive control, the decision to write or discuss the observation will be made later during the inspection. And that's because with these PC inspections, we are really trying to focus on telling that food safety story. So if the facility didn't identify a hazard that requires a preventive control, but we find out that in practice, the facility is controlling the hazard, we might not have this as a written observation. And we'll get into that in the second half of the presentation. Next slide, please. So once we come to some kind of agreement about what are the hazards that require preventive control, then the next step is to evaluate the adequacy of the facility's preventive control programs. And so when you get to SCP 54, this is where we talk about evaluating the adequacy of the food safety plan. So what we would do in this part of the inspection is review the facility's written preventive control procedures as informed by the hazard analysis. So we're going to see for each hazard that they said requires a preventive control, what do their preventive control measures say in terms of how they're going to control it, what are they monitoring, how frequently are they monitoring the implementation of their controls, do they have written corrective actions in case they determine that there is a loss of control, what kinds of activities are they doing to verify that the controls are consistently being implemented and are effective. So we would be looking at each written preventive control procedure for each hazard that requires a preventive control. Next slide, please. So once we determine whether or not the procedures are adequate, then we need to look at the implementation of the procedures. So if we determine that things look good on paper, we want to see if they're actually doing what they said they're going to do. On the flip side, if things didn't really seem like they were adequate on paper, when we look at implementation, they may just be implementing their inadequate procedures. In that case, we might have a concern for the safety of the food. But if they're doing more than what their procedure said, just because they've been well trained and they understand what they're supposed to be doing, this could help us inform whether the adequacy observations would be written or discussed. Because again, we're focusing on the bottom line. Are they actually implementing adequate controls to ensure the safety of the food? So how do we look at evaluation of implementation? This is through a combination of interviewing employees at each point where the controls are applied. And so this is where you'd be asking those open-ended questions, like, can you tell me what you do? Can you explain to me what's going on here? Can you explain to me what you would do if something went wrong at this step? Can you show me how you fill out your records? And then, listen to what they have to say. If they happen to be, it's during production, you can, of course, also observe the employee practices, see if the people are actually implementing the procedures that you just reviewed. And also through record review, because we know being in the firm is just a snapshot in time. When we ask for records and look at what they've done historically for a set period of time, we get a more complete picture of the activities going on at the facility. So we would review monitoring records, corrective action records, and verification records to see if they in fact are implementing their preventive controls. Next slide. I think it's yours, Matt.
That is me. Thank you. Just pointing out before we go further, like the PC requirements are new with FSMA in terms of the the procedures and the record keeping, showing implementation of the procedures. But the underlying controls has been demonstrating by your answers to the poll question so far that the underlying controls don't change, right? Cooking salmonella out of eggs, cleaning equipment to prevent allergen cross contact, declaring intentional allergens, keeping food outside of the danger zone via refrigeration to prevent growth of pathogens. Like all of those concepts we've all learned throughout our careers, they feed into this, into the PC rule. It's just in a more formal way for the facility in terms of the procedures and the records. So going on to the full scope PC inspection, and then if there are observations, inspectional findings, FDA, really Lillian has developed a job aid called Structure of Observations, S of O, that we nickname SOFO just because we got tired of typing it and saying it out. And we gave it this cool disco theme like 5 years ago that looks very outdated now, but we're still rolling with it. Can't too late to change it now. But it's called SOFO, Structure of Observations, and it's a way of standardizing the way that investigators throughout the country develop these observations, as opposed to everybody doing their own thing. In terms of FDA's inspectional findings, called observations, the significant ones are written on a form. It's called a form FDA 43, inspectional observations. And those are significant in terms of a food safety impact for the most part. If the firm isn't controlling a significant hazard, for example, or it might be a repeat deficiency. All those are examples of a significant deficiency that might be written on the form. There are other deficiencies that might be more minor. Maybe there's not a big food safety impact. Maybe it's a technical deviation from the regulation, but we don't really see how it could impact food safety. It's not a repeat situation. That might be a more minor finding that the firm still has to correct, but typically the investigator would not put that on the form 43. It would be discussed at the closeout meeting. Again, if it's not significant, if it's a one-off, if it's not a recidivism situation. So in terms of regulatory significance, that determines whether it's a written observation on the form or a discussed deficiency that is a discussion point not on the form. So we're going to go through a poll. Amy, if you could please launch the poll after I go through the scenario, that would be great, please. It has to do with hand hygiene. And the scenario is, and by the way, after you answer the poll, I'm going to ask a brave volunteer to raise their hand, and Amy can unmute you, and you can explain your thought process, please. We'd like to, get some verbal participation here if possible. All right, so at pre-op, a supervisor observes an employee walk past the hand washing station, again, tying into previous presentations today, and enters the ready-to-eat production room, right? They're making ready-to-eat food without washing and sanitizing her hands. So they, blow past the hand washing station, ready-to-eat food, don't wash and sanitize their hands. Now, this is the third time this month that this particular employee didn't wash or sanitize her hands. All right, so in the context of like, how much of a big deal is this? In other words, is this a significant deficiency? Your poll options are A, likely yes, or B, likely no. If you can go ahead and answer that, please. All right, wow, we had a consensus, I would say here. 99% is just about as close to the consensus as we can get. So could we please have a volunteer to raise your hand and explain why you think that's a big deal, why that's a significant deficiency? It's the hand raise function in on the Zoom taskbar. All right, Blake, we missed you earlier, so go for it. If Blake could please be unmuted.
All right, Blake, I am going to allow you to talk and you will be muted, so you'll have to unmute to talk. We can't hear you if you are trying to talk, so you will have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so I would say it is significant due to we're dealing with ready-to-eat food exposed. And this employee is, a food handler working in an area of production. So if our goal is food safety, and they had to been told multiple times, then I think either, it needs a corrective action, maybe removing them from that part of production for a time, or, like a written warning, something like that. But yeah, it's significant because it's ready to eat food exposed to the environment.
Thanks, Blake. Perfect. So it's ticking some boxes that we talked about earlier, right? That's the highest risk in terms of cross-contamination from a biological standpoint of food. If the food is ready to eat and exposed to bad stuff, right? Including, whatever's on these employees' unwashed, unsanitized hands. Also, Blake mentioned, and thank you, Blake, that was perfect. Also mentioned that this isn't the first time, right? This has happened multiple times. So it's like, can't say that this is an isolated incident or an outlier because it's repeating. So in that context, we would tend to agree with Blake that yes, this does seem like it's a significant deficiency. This seems like a systemic issue rather than a one-time thing. There might a different fact pattern might come to a different conclusion, right? If you have a very responsive, cooperative employee, this is the first time none of us are perfect, we all make mistakes. Maybe the outcome would be different. But in this fact pattern, third time this is happening, seems to be repeating. Rady food exposed environment, as Blake said, yes, we would tend to agree with that. Follow-up question, and Blake, started to touch on this, but maybe we can flesh this out a little bit more. What do you, another, if you could please raise your hand again, and you can be unmuted again, please. What should the supervisor do if he or she witnesses this happening, especially, well, I'll just leave it at that. What should the supervisor do after witnessing the employee do this? All right, R.W. Hines, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but you know who you are. If Amy could please unmute that person.
Yep,
And you'll have to.
R.W. Hines, you are unmuted. There you go. You should be able to talk.
So I'm good. Are you hearing me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yes. So that manager should really demonstrate, stop the person right then and there and demonstrate what it's supposed to be. Go back with the employee through the process of unwashing, and then they'll get it. Maybe that person, we're not getting that type of training.
Awesome, thank you. I agree with you. Some people, learn kind of visually and demonstration wise like that. That was great. Thank you for that answer. Absolutely. Stop the employee, tell the employee that they missed the hand washing station. Watch the employee wash and sanitize their hands. There might be some demonstration involved in that. Observe the employee do that, make sure that the employee does that appropriately. It seems like there might be some retraining in order based on the fact pattern so far. So all that's great. Thank you. So that's just an example of what might be a significant deficiency. All right, so in terms of the basics of writing observations, so FDA teaches that, obviously they have to include the evidence. Written as we call a standalone document. In other words, an observation to tell a story that food safety may be compromised. FDA is trained to kind of start with the most significant, heavy hitters, headliners first, and then build the evidence under that, and then, if there are multiple observations, rank them accordingly from top to bottom. There are also discussion items, as we mentioned earlier, and those are for the more minor deviations from the regulation. So the job aid, and I know the writing is going to be small on this next slide. Oops, sorry. But the job aid, you don't have to squint your eyes. This is just a big picture look. We'll go over each of these boxes in the subsequent slides between Lillian and me. But it's called Structure of Observations, and it's a standardized way for FDAers to write up PC deficiencies under, generally speaking, one of 5 boxes. And the 5 boxes really align with what Lily and I have been talking about up until now. So on the left, you can see that what those 5 boxes are. The first one is, and this is assuming the facility is subject to PC. This is after the investigator has conducted his or her own hazard analysis to identify which hazards, fall under PC in the first place, et cetera, et cetera. But generally speaking, deficiencies observations are going to fall into one of 5 buckets. First one is, we're following these questions. Does the facility have a written food safety plan? If they don't, that's the violation. If they do, then it goes to the next question. Did the facility did the facility conduct a hazard analysis to identify hazards requiring preventive control appropriately? If they didn't, then that's a violation. If they did, then we go to the next question. For that hazard requiring preventive control, does the facility have a procedure, a program to control that hazard? If they didn't, that's the violation. If they did, we go to the next box, box number 4. Is that written PC procedure adequate to control the hazard? If it's not, that's the violation. If it is, we go to the final box, which is that PC implemented? Is it followed? If it's not, that's the violation. If it is, then everything seems to be under control, right? They have a food safety plan, box 1, that includes a hazard analysis to identify hazards requiring a PC, box 2, and they have a written PC for those hazards, box 3, and that's adequate, box 4, and that's implemented, box 5. That's what we want. That's what the evaluation is about. And again, we'll flesh this out, but we talked about developing evidence under each of those boxes. So we're trying to tell a story, if it's the case, how the deficiency is significant and how food safety might be compromised. So just as an example, for SOFO box 1, let's say they didn't have a written food safety plan. That is in the regulation 21 CFR 117.126A1, and it kind of follows in order. Written food safety plan to include a hazard analysis and PCs that to be adequate and implemented. So we talk about, okay, what product is being covered? Remember, we picked a high-risk product in the beginning. We say, well, the facility, since they don't have a food safety plan, apparently the facility doesn't have a hazard analysis that identify which hazards are significant. And since they don't have a food safety plan, they don't have written PC procedures. And it's all fact dependent, but it may be the case because they don't have procedures, they don't have implementation records. I'm showing implementation of the procedures. And oh, by the way, the supporting evidence about how a hazard is not being controlled. Oh, by the way, for the hazard of contamination of environmental pathogens, the employee didn't wash or sanitize their hands. Oh, by the way, for the vegetative pathogen hazard in the cream filling, they didn't appropriately cook the, salmonella out of the eggs. Oh, by the way, they didn't clean, between different products, different cream fillings with different allergen profiles on shared equipment, food contact equipment. Oh, by the way, they didn't declare whatever, the milk in the cream filling. So that supporting evidence really drives home that it's not just about the formalities. It's not just about paperwork, but in real life, the hazard isn't being controlled. If the hazard was controlled, well, maybe even though the formalities aren't right, well, we maybe wouldn't be writing this up as an observation in the first place. It goes back to the regulatory significance. All right. So we'll go through each of these boxes. So again, these are the 5 boxes. Again, sorry to drill it home, but it really is the theme of this whole talk. These 5 boxes, and it aligns with the facility's requirements under PC and what the FDA investigator is evaluating in a PC inspection. So does the facility have a written food safety plan? That's the fundamental PC requirement, top level PC requirement. In that food safety plan, did the facility conduct a hazard analysis and identify which hazards are significant, which hazards require a PC? For that hazard requiring a PC, and from here on out, we're talking to a specific hazard. For the SOFO box 1, they didn't have a written food safety plan. We're talking about all the hazards that are significant under PC. In SOFO box 2, 3, 4, 5, we're talking about a specific hazard, and that might be different from hazard to hazard in terms of which box it goes into. But let's say we're talking about allergen cross contact. Did the facility identify the hazard as significant in the first place? Again, if there's different allergen profile products, shared equipment. Does the facility have a written PC program to control allergen cross contact? Is that procedure adequate? Does it actually include like cleaning between, changeovers between different products with different allergen profiles? And is it implemented? Is it followed? And that's really the basis of SOFO and the basis of a PC requirements for a facility, and really the basis of a PC inspection by FDA. Do they have a food safety plan? Is the hazard analysis correct for hazards requiring a PC? Do they have a PC? Is it adequate? Is it implemented? Those are the 5. And I'll go over SOFO box 1, and then Lillian will take it from there. So this is a drill down for specific to SOFO box 1. And SOFO, by the way, either has been distributed to you or will be distributed to you. So it's public information. All right, so SOFO box 1 is if there is no food safety plan. Like this is like what the facility is like, what is preventive controls? What is FSMA? I've never heard of that. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. So if that's the case, they have no food safety procedures whatsoever. The evidence would be telling a story, product description. The inspection covered, whatever product, cream fillings. The facility did not conduct a hazard analysis to identify which hazards require preventive control. Now that only applies to hazards that actually require preventive control, according to the investigator's hazard analysis. Otherwise, they'd be back in CGMP and we wouldn't be under a PC site. So, for example, the facility didn't identify this hazard, this hazard, and this hazard that, should require preventive control. And again, I'm making this up, but it might be undeclared allergens, allergen cross contact, vegetative pathogens, and pathogen growth. For all of those hazards, the facility didn't establish and develop a written PC procedure. Right? They didn't put in a procedure how they're going to control those hazards, and they didn't establish management components of monitoring, corrective action, and verification to ensure control of those hazards. In addition to that, because the facility doesn't have procedures, they don't have records showing the implementation of those procedures. Again, all fact dependent. But then the kicker is the evidence, the implant evidence as to how the facility is not controlling the hazard. And therefore, there might be a food safety issue, a public health concern. During the inspection, I saw the employee not wash and sanitize their hands when handling ready-to-eat food exposed to the environment. We'll go over an example on the next slide as well. So it's not just a formality thing, but it's an in practice, real life thing where the hazard is not being controlled. And if that's the case, if there is no food safety plan for all these hazards requiring preventive control, we want to tell this entire story within this violation. So we're not going to go through all the PC regulation and write in, at least in FDA. We wouldn't tick off every regulatory provision under PC that the facility didn't follow, because they don't have anything in this case. They don't have a food safety plan at all. We're just going to say that, and we're going to put all the evidence under that. For the products that's being covered, they didn't do a hazard analysis. They don't have PC procedures. They don't have management components. They don't have records, and the evidence of the hazard not being controlled is whatever. All right, so here's an example. Again, 21 CFR 117, 126A1, you don't have a food safety plan. So that's kind of canned language. That's right from the regulation. And the specifically is specific to the facility. The product being covered. You manufacture 2 ready-to-eat snack foods, an almond cashew cherry bite and a peanut raisin oat bar, which are exposed to the environment, processed on shared equipment on the same day. Now, that'll be important later. All right. Now, you don't have a food safety plan. Included in that is you did not conduct a hazard analysis for these foods to identify and evaluate hazards to determine if they require preventive control. Now, these are the hazards that the investigator identified as requiring preventive control. So for these products, for these almond cashew cherry bites and the peanut raisin oat bar, the facility did not conduct a hazard analysis. We would expect that hazard analysis to identify a handful of hazards requiring preventive control based on information gathered during the inspection. Contamination of environmental pathogens, right? As Blake said, ready-to-eat food exposed to the environment. Allergen cross contact, 2 different products, different allergen profiles processed on shared equipment. Undeclared allergens, right? The almonds and the cashews in the one product and the peanuts in the other product need to be declared. And then metal, like if there's a grinding step or other steps that are going to may introduce metal fragments into the product. All right, so the facility didn't conduct that hazard analysis. Now we want to explain, again, why all those hazards require PC in the first place. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in PC land, which we just did. Now, Going on to the bottom bullet on this slide. In addition, you don't have written PC procedures, including the management components of monitoring, corrective action, and verification. And you don't have records documenting that these activities were being performed. So we're following SOFO, basically, the bullets of supporting evidence for SOFO. So for the product being covered, they didn't conduct a hazard analysis to identify hazards requiring a PC. We explained why why all these hazards require a PC. Facility doesn't have written PC procedures or management components or records showing control of the hazard. But that's really, so far, really just talking about the formalities. But in terms of the in-plant evidence, the significance, you know, in order to be a significant deficiency that would end up on the form, the FDA 483, we need to explain why and how these hazards are not being controlled. So, for example, for that, the hazards are not being controlled as evidenced during the inspection for contamination of environmental pathogens. We saw employees not washing or sanitizing their hands before they, you know, put their grubby hands on the ready-to-eat almond cashew cherry bites. Another example might be about the cleanliness of the muffin tins. You know, after cleaning, the muffin tins were still dirty, right? And they weren't appropriately cleaned and sanitized again before contacting ready food exposed to the environment, exposed to those tins. For allergen cross contact, they didn't wash the mixer between, you know, after the peanut bar run and before the almond cashew bar run. And some of the peanut or residue was still visible on the mixer paddle or the inside of the mixer bowl. For undeclared allergens, they were running almond cashew cherry bites, and they had a mix-up where they started putting the label for a peanut raisin oat bar. So it's a mix-up between the product and the label, which in this case has an impact on the allergens being declared. So the allergens of almonds and cashews are supposed to be on the label, but because there was a mix-up, they're not. The peanut is there instead, which is wrong. For metal, again, there's grinding that of the tree nuts that may introduce metal into the product, but you don't have a metal detector or any other control measure to, you know, ensure control of those metal fragments getting into the bars. So this slide is very important in terms of, you know, the previous slide was about the formalities of the PC rule, right? Didn't have a food safety plan, didn't conduct a hazard analysis, didn't have procedures or records. The slide 28 here is really hammering home the significance. In addition to not following those formalities, you're not controlling the hazard in real life. And so that's Lynn's going to kill me about the animation here, but this last one was explaining why the metal hazard requires a PC because of that grinding step. And now it's her turn.
Okay, so Matt just took you through the 117, 126 A1 violation where they didn't have anything. So it's a whole food safety plan. They don't have anything written or implemented. And then as we move through the SOFO job aid, the second box is, okay, they have some piece of a food safety plan. You know, maybe it's not adequate, maybe it's not complete, maybe it's just a scrap of paper that says hazard analysis, none identified. And we give them credit for having a food safety plan. But, you know, then we start with, did the facility identify the hazard as requiring a preventive control in its hazard analysis? And if they didn't, then we would start citing under 117, 130A1. And the supporting evidence for this box and you know, the next couple of boxes are going to sound really similar. You know, you're going to include product description, and this is really helpful when, especially if the inspection covers more than one product. It's helpful to just kind of be clear upfront about what product we're talking about. And then here we're saying they either didn't do a hazard analysis at all, and so they didn't identify any hazards requiring a preventive control, or they did do a hazard analysis, but they missed a hazard or multiple hazards that require preventive control. As Matt talked about in SOFO Box 1, it's important to include why you think the hazard requires a PC. If the facility didn't do a hazard analysis or they missed a hazard requiring a preventive control, they probably don't have any or adequate written preventive control procedures, including the monitoring, corrective actions, and verification procedures that are required under the regulation. And they probably don't have records, either because they're not documenting anything that they're doing, or more likely they're not actually implementing control, so there's nothing to document. And then of course, you also want to include the implant conditions and practices that we're seeing during the inspection that tell us that the facility is not controlling the hazard and there is a public health concern. And again, the italicized text here, if the facility has controls in place, but they just missed a hazard requiring a PC, and we kind of talked about that earlier in the presentation with the polling questions earlier. You know, maybe they didn't quite get the written hazard analysis right, but they do have adequate controls in place. And the fact that they missed some hazards in their hazard analysis would just be a discussion item because there is no public health concern. And then also, again, no double dipping. So if we're already saying that the facility didn't identify a hazard that requires a preventive control, it follows logically that they don't have adequate written preventive control programs. We wouldn't have that, at least FDA wouldn't have that as a separate site. All of that information would be part of this observation to say, you didn't do a hazard analysis or you didn't identify this hazard when you should have. And furthermore, you don't have written PC programs in place. You're not implementing adequate controls. And so this is really why it's important to get your hazard analysis right. So that's how we would stack the evidence. Next slide, please. So continuing on with our almond cashew cherry bites product, the text at the top is predetermined text for FDA folks. Your hazard analysis did not identify a hazard that required a preventive control specifically. And then again, all of this evidence follows the bulleted items in SOFO Box 2. So your hazard analysis did not identify the hazard of recontamination with environmental pathogens as requiring a preventive control for almond cashew cherry bites. So we have product and hazard. The in-process ingredients and finished product are ready to eat and exposed to the environment from the grinder through packaging. That sentence is about like why those hazards require a PC. Then we talk about how, because they didn't identify these hazards as significant, they don't have written sanitation control procedures, including monitoring, corrective actions, and verification. And then for our scenario, we said you do not have records documenting activities performed. And then lastly, the implant evidence. Furthermore, you do not have controls in place as evidenced by the following observations regarding employee practices and equipment cleaning. And this is similar information you heard before. On a specific date, employees are observed to enter the snack packaging room from outside, did not wash and sanitize their hands prior to starting work, and directly handling ready-to-eat almond cashew cherry bites. And the evidence with the cleaning and sanitizing their mini muffin tins at the end of at the start of the production on a specific day, there was visible product residue and they weren't cleaned and sanitized again before being used to make products. Next slide. So now the facility did identify all the same hazards that require preventive control that we think they should have, then we would be moving down the SOFO job aid to SOFO Box 3. And this is where we would be looking for the written PC programs for the hazards that they identified as requiring a preventive control. So for every hazard, again, you're going to ask these questions for every hazard that requires a preventive control. If they missed a written PC program for a significant hazard, the site that you would use depends on what type of PC would be appropriate to control that hazard. 135A1 for process, allergen, sanitation, or other. And it would be 117.405A1 if it was a hazard that requires a supply chain control. And then again, the supporting evidence is really similar to what we just talked about. Don't want to know the product. And if you only follow one product and all your observations and evidence are for this one product, you don't necessarily have to repeat the product description every time. But again, if you follow multiple products during the inspection, it's helpful to know what product it is in the observation. In terms of the hazard analysis, so now we're going to give them credit for having identified the hazard as requiring a PC, but then we're going to talk about how there's no written PC program for that hazard. Again, they probably don't have records because they're probably not implementing controls. And then you also want to include the evidence that tell us that they, in fact, are not controlling the hazard and there is a public health concern. Same deal with not double dipping. We're not going to have not implementing controls as a separate site if we're already saying you don't have a written PC program. So logically, you know, it follows that you're not implementing. That would be part of the evidence for this site. And again, if the facility does have controls in place, but they're just not too good on the paperwork, this might be a discussion item the first time around, as long as we're confident that they're actually implementing controls. Next slide. So again, following the almond, cashew, cherry bites and our hazard of recontamination with environmental pathogens, now we're giving them credit for identifying the hazard as requiring a preventive control at the grinding, mixing, depositing, and packaging labeling steps. There's animation. And the reason why these hazards require preventive control, well, they are ready-to-eat ingredients and finished products. They're exposed to the environment at those steps. And so that's why we say this hazard requires PC at those steps. However, you do not have written preventive control program procedures. So this site is like, they don't have any written PCs for this hazard. And then you do not have records documenting activities performed. And then furthermore, you're not implementing controls. Same evidence about how they didn't wash and sanitize their hands after coming back from outside before directly handling the ready-to-eat product. And then the same evidence about the mini muffin tins having visible product residue and not being cleaned or sanitized again before using them to make this ready-to-eat product. All right, next slide. Now, if the facility identified the hazard as requiring a preventive control and they have a written PC program, then we need to evaluate that PC program to see if it's adequate, meaning it controls the hazard and it meets the regulatory requirements for written procedures for monitoring corrective actions and verification. So here, if we determine that the PC program is not adequate, then we need to explain what's not adequate. So again, you want to include products, give them credit for saying what hazard they correctly identified as requiring a PC at specific steps. Give them credit for having written procedures, but then talk about why they're not adequate. And maybe it's because they don't meet the regulatory requirements. Maybe they have procedures, but they don't actually talk about monitoring, what they're monitoring, or corrective actions, or maybe they don't have verification procedures. Or the procedures don't control the hazard. So maybe we're talking about environmental pathogens, but we're only using detergent to sanitize the food contact surfaces instead of, using an actual sanitizer. Or maybe the monitoring is not being done at an adequate frequency to ensure that the hazard is being controlled. So those are some ways that the PC procedure might not be adequate. In terms of records, I kind of alluded to this earlier, the facility could be just implementing its inadequate procedures, so the records may reflect that. And so there is a gap in what they're doing because we determined the procedures were not adequate. Or maybe they don't have records because they're not doing anything. They're not actually implementing their procedures. So you want to include that in the observation. And then again, the implant evidence that tells us that the facility is not controlling the hazard and there is a public health concern. So just like with the previous boxes, if a facility is controlling the hazard, despite having inadequate written PC procedures, maybe this is a discussion item, especially the first time around because there's no public health concern. And if we're already saying that parts of your PC procedure isn't adequate, we're not going to have a separate site saying, oh, by the way, you're also not implementing adequate controls, especially if they're just implementing their inadequate procedures. That's not going to be a separate site. That's going to just be supporting evidence as to why they need to, beef up their PC procedures so that they can be sure that they're actually controlling the hazard. Next slide, please. So for this one, the sites differ depending on what type of PC is expected to control the hazard. So since we're talking about sanitation for recontamination with environmental pathogens, it's going to be 117, 135C3. For FDA folks, there's like brackets to select if is it the control procedures, is it monitoring, corrective action, what part of the procedures were not adequate. Here we made our example about written sanitation monitoring procedures not being appropriate to significantly minimize or prevent the hazard. And specifically, again, we start with the product. It's a ready-to-eat almond cashew cherry bites. We say you identified the hazard of recontamination of environmental pathogens, and that we agree with you at the grinding, mixing, depositing, and packaging labeling steps. Your written sanitation control plan states that employees must wash and sanitize their hands before starting work, returning from breaks, and at any time when hands may have become contaminated. So here we're giving them credit for what their plan does say. However, procedure states that employee practices are only monitored at pre-op and not during production. So that's what's deficient with their procedures. The frequency for monitoring is not appropriate. And then in terms of record review, we say a review of employee hygiene records from certain dates indicate that employee practices are in fact only monitored at pre-op. So we're saying their monitor frequency is not adequate in their procedures. The records indicate that they are only monitoring at pre-op, so they're implementing their procedures, but they're not adequate. And then more importantly, you do not have controls in place because, you know, on the date we saw employees coming back from lunch, they came into the snack packaging from outside, didn't wash and sanitize their hands prior to starting work and directly handling the product. So if somebody had been monitoring more frequently, not just at pre-op, maybe they would have caught that. This kind of goes back to the example we had before about, you know, the employee walking past a hand washing station. So this is the whole story about, you know, why we think that the written sanitation procedure is not adequate. Next slide, please. The last box is SOFA box 5, and this is where the facility identified the hazard as being significant. They have a written PC procedure for it. It seems adequate on paper. It meets regulatory requirements. It seems like it's control the hazard. It's implemented, but now the problem is they're just not implementing their procedures. So this one, again, is kind of specific to which PC type we're talking about. So it'd be 135A1 for process, allergen, sanitation, and other. 405A1 for supply chain issues. And the supporting evidence here is, you know, still kind of the same. Product, what's the hazard? Acknowledge what the written procedure said, but then we have to focus the observation on how we know these procedures are not being implemented. And this will be based on evaluation of, you know, the records that we requested, so record review and observation interview of employees. So the flow would be your procedures say X, Y, and Z, however, would describe what you saw the employees do or what the records show the employees actually did. Next slide, please. And this is the write-up for this one. Because we're talking about sanitation implementation issues, it's 135A1. You did not implement your sanitation monitoring procedures, and then specifically, same deal. We have our product, almond cashew cherry bites. Hazard of recontamination with environmental pathogens was identified correctly as requiring a PC. Then we say what the sanitation preventive control program states in terms of monitoring. So monitor at the beginning of operations, at breaks every 2 hours during production and product changeovers. So that looks good on paper, but then a review of records revealed that there are no records for monitoring employee practices at break and product changeovers. And then observation of poor employee practices. You know, they came back from break, didn't wash and sanitize their hands. The employee who was responsible for monitoring employee practices did not notice this deviation and production resumed. All right, next slide. So in summary, what Matt and I have been trying to describe for documenting observations is that the written observations must be significant. You heard both of us talk about, you know, if it's just a paperwork issue and there's no impact on public health, you know, no public health concern, then they might just be discussion items, at least for FDA. And the ones that actually make it to a written document, those would be the significant ones. We want the observations to be organized by significance and then add all the evidence to tie in the public health concern following the SOFO job aid. And overall, again, trying to tell that food safety story. So we're not just writing to a particular requirement or a particular site in the regulation. We're really trying to explain to the firm, who's the main audience for the observations, like this is this is where you're not quite doing what you need to do, and this is why. And hopefully that'll prompt them to want to make comprehensive corrective actions. Next slide, please. So we have a couple of more polls just to wrap up our presentation. And we have a scenario here with macaroni coleslaw. This deli manufactures macaroni coleslaw packaged in a clear plastic deli container. Facilities hazard analysis did not identify the hazard of recontamination with environmental pathogens as requiring a PC after the macaroni is cooked and until the ready-to-eat salad is sealed and finished product container. Instead, the facility relies on its prerequisite program, including an SSOP and record keeping, to control the hazard. So they're saying it's not a hazard that requires a PC, but they have this PRP in place. So poll number 5 is, do you agree that the hazard does not require a preventive control? Okay, so it looks like about 2/3 of you said no, the hazard requires a PC. 1/3 of you said yes, the hazard does not require a PC. So it looks like most of you were correct that the rationale is not correct. The hazard does require a preventive control. And the reason, again, is because we're talking about a ready-to-eat food, exposure to the environment. There is further manipulation after that macaroni cook step, and so the hazard is one that requires a preventive control. The second poll for this scenario is, should the inspector evaluate the adequacy and implementation of the SSOP? This one, we're kind of split. So half of you said yes, the inspector should evaluate any and all procedures maintained by the facility. The other half of you said yes, the inspector should evaluate the prerequisite program as if it were a sanitation PC. And then a few of you said no, the facility does not consider it a PC. So the answer is yes, the inspector should evaluate the prerequisite program as if it were a sanitation PC and determine whether that PRP meets the regulatory requirements and adequately controls the hazard. So even if they're calling it a prerequisite program, they might say, well, it's not a preventive control. We would treat it as a preventive control because that is what is controlling the hazard of recontamination with environmental pathogens. Right, so again, try not to get hung up on the names that the facility is using. Their terminology might be different than ours, but at the end of the day, if a particular program is controlling a hazard, then we would evaluate it as a preventive control program. And I'll turn it to you, Matt, for the last slide.
So the last slide is just at least in FDA land, or if it's a inspection conducted by a state partner under contract with FDA, depending on the severity of the significance of the observations, it may be a situation where the agency is considering enforcement action, like a breakdown of a PC that might result in a reasonable probability of causing SACOTA, serious adverse health consequences, or death, or presenting an imminent public health threat, or maybe recidivism, not correcting repeat observations. In those situations, for an FDA inspection, obviously the FDA would contact the compliance folks like me, and if it's a state situation under state contract, the state inspector through their management would contact the FDA state liaison. Excuse me, and that person would put them in touch with FDA enforcement personnel. Amanda Kennedy, did you have I see your hand out. Did you have a question, or? She might not, she might be on mute, but trying not to ignore.
We're just Matt and Lillian, so much to cover here. We really appreciate your time. Just give it one pause for any final thoughts. We're gonna need to go straight into the next presentation, just in the interest of time. So any follow-up questions, we will get back out. Go ahead and put those in the Q&A, and we will make sure that those get answered and back out to participants with the rest of the materials. Any closing thoughts, Matt, Lillian?
No, thanks for having us. Appreciate the participation and the opportunity to talk to you.
Yep, nothing more for me. Thanks again for having us, and have a good rest of the session.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And now we're going to move over to our final presentation for today, third-party audits and the regulatory inspection. And again, wonderful expertise that we have with us. We have Leanne Chuboff, who is the Vice President of Technical Affairs for the Safe Quality Food Institute. And we have Judy Lazaro, who is Senior Category Director of Food Safety Global Sales with AIB International. And again, I encourage you to look at their resumes, their bios on the website. But in the interest of time, we're going to turn it right over to Judy and Leanne. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I am going to share my screen. I hope. Yes, okay. Wait, hold on. Alrighty. Okay, still, sorry about that. Thumbs up, everybody can see my screen okay?
You are on the speaker. We're seeing the speaker notes.
Oh,
Slides,
got you.
presenter view.
Okay, I need to, how do I do that?
Under display settings at the top left, you should be able to switch.
Oh, there we go. Yep. Sorry about that. Oh, now I lost everything again, right? You can't share anything. Okay.
Yeah, I guess if maybe you shared that one window, that might have switched it.
I know. I don't know what happened. Let's do it that way. Okay.
There we go. Thank you.
Alrighty. Thank you. Thank you for walking me through that. I appreciate it. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I know we are the last presentation of the day and sitting and all day. So feel free to stand up and stretch while I introduce myself and get ready for this last presentation of the day. I appreciate the invitation from AFTO. I always love talking about our program, but I more importantly really love the partnerships that we have and the recognition of all that we do in order to ensure our supply chain is safe. So many thanks for the invitation. My discussion today is on third-party audits and our perspective from third-party audits. So as you heard, my name is Leanne Chuboff. I'm the Vice President of Technical Affairs at SQF, and I bring experience not just to the SQF program, but I used to work for the National Restaurant Association. I worked in manufacturing. I audited supply chain. So I have a good recognition of what's going on in the field. So I worked in USDA inspected plants and FDA inspected plants. The one plant I worked in actually had dual recognition, FDA and USDA, because we made Hot Pockets. So sandwiches is one of those tricky regulated items there. And we volunteered to have USDA inspection. So recognize the importance of your role and what you do in order to keep supply chain safe. SQF is a third-party accredited certification program. So we do third-party audits. We're not there to do the regulator audits. We're there to see that the site has the capability to implement and react to the regulations in the country they're producing in, as well as the country that they're exporting to or shipping to. So our program is a systematic approach, not so much a targeted approach to regulatory requirements there. So what are we going to talk about today? I want to talk about, and Judy and I are going to share this talking time right now. But my objectives, and these were the objectives that were set forth when boot camp was first started. And I love these objectives, and I always want to make sure that we're hitting the mark and the expectations of what you're expecting to hear. So what I am going to talk about is how to apply more risk-based approaches to conducting quality inspections, and how to leverage evidence support the writing of accurate, valid inspection reports. Those were the two objectives that we want to hit upon between Judy and myself. So first, I know we talk about inspections versus audits, and it's important to recognize these two different definitions here. So an inspection, and we do require our sites to do inspections. We also require sites to do audits, and that's why it's important to understand the differentiation. So inspections is an examination of the food to assure wholesomeness and clean products are free from unsafe microbes or chemical contamination, or natural added, deleterious substances and decomposition during production, processing, inspection. So that's really what we're looking at the time, right? It's inspection of the food. An audit, and especially like these third-party SQF audits, are a systematic, independent examination of the site's food safety system. So it's not just about the food or a process or a product, it's about the system itself and the interrelationships of how their food safety plan interacts with training, interacts with record keeping, interacts with document control. So it's that systematic evaluation of the food safety system. So when an auditor walks into the site, they are evaluating that food safety system, looking at programs, policies, and procedures to support that system, but also evaluating the commitment of the site, the competencies of the individuals to ensure that that site has the capability of implementing that food safety system, not just the day that that auditor is there, but the other 364 days that they're not. And that's their responsibility, is to ensure that food safety system is functioning and operating. And that's the difference. So it's not a pinpoint or a one place in time of a food or process or a product, but it's evaluating an entire food safety system. So what do auditors look for in an audit? This is kind of what I was just discussing. They're looking at management responsibility and accountability. So they want to know who's responsible for the food safety system, who takes accountability, if there needs to be action to be taken. Because what we do know is that when an auditor is there, it's that site's first day. And or that site's best day. And we know that there's unannounced audits, and we do have unannounced audit program, but that's unannounced audit, and you all know that, regulators don't schedule an inspection when they come in. They are unannounced, but it's only unannounced for like the first 30 minutes, right? And then everybody knows you're there. So what we need to know is what's the management's responsibility and accountability when it comes to food safety, making sure that there's food safety fact decisions rather than business decisions. So that food safety is top of mind, that it's not about production, but it is about the safety of the food. Because what sites need to recognize is that as soon as a recall happened, the product doubles, right? How to make that product doubles, because you have to make it again. So the food safety fact decisions are made and not just business decision. Understanding that there's employee engagement, knowledge, and looking at the actions of those employees, as well as the empowerment of the employee. So questions like, it isn't just about, can you stop the line? So we often ask that question, can you stop the line, to demonstrate if that employee feels empowered in order to react to a food safety decision. But it's more about, would you stop that line? So the courage to stop the line, and with not just because there could be repercussions, but it's more about what what is their action? Do they know when they would want to stop the line? Can they stop that line? And would they stop that line? And of course, continuous improvement is really the cornerstone. So we are encouraging all of our auditors to reflect the conformities and non-conformities that they find at the site. So overall, it's to build a continuous improvement, because we know that food safety isn't just that destination, but it's that journey. And the third-party audit offers up what that journey could look like. So I'm asking you, what are some of the things that you look for as it relates to your inspections? So what do regulators look for? And I'm trying to get my chat, figuring out how to get the chat, and I can't. Let's see. So what are some of the things that you guys look for? Just chat it in there. Facility conditions. Yep, absolutely. What else do you guys look for? Active managerial controls. Now, do you look at active managerial controls holistically at the sites, or is that specific to food service and retail? So active managerial controls just in general. Training programs, I completely agree. Yes, processes. Yeah, need to make sure that all those, everybody has the right knowledge. So my favorite, and we'll get into closeout of non-conformances, but one of my favorite closeout of root cause, the auditor wrote non-conformance to hand washing, said employees were not washing their hands. And the site said, okay, we're going to retrain, right? So we're going to have more training in place. And then the auditor wrote back and said, I didn't say they didn't know how to wash their hands. I just said they were not. So it was about finding the barriers to those food safety practices. And I think that's really crucial and important when we're looking to see how our sites implementing their corrections or corrective actions to the issues that we raise. So making sure that they have that continuous improvement mentality, and it aren't just correcting a problem with training all the time. That's what we see, but really putting some thought into why something happens and those barriers to food safety. Because we always talk about root cause, but I'm like, I just want to know why they didn't do it. So yeah, so food hierarchy, yep, cross-contamination, processes, training, all kinds of things. Yep. Trash cans, yeah. Oh yeah, you can always look in the trash cans to see if they put their paper towels in there. The SQF code actually requires paper towels. We don't allow for air hand dryers unless they do a risk assessment. And we saw one of the risk assessments, and actually the air hand dryers just weren't getting the same results as a paper towel. As we know, that friction also reduces a number of microflora on the hand. And they had to add sanitizer as a step to address that gap in there. Yeah. Corrective actions. I'm glad you guys look at those corrective actions as well, because we do, the sites, the auditors look as if a regulator generates an issue like a NR or a 483, the auditor is looking to see, was the action that was implemented, was it taken? Is it effective? What are they doing? Has it changed? We had one auditor actually issue a critical nonconformance because the site put forth the actions that they were going to do to close out a 483, and they never did it. They never implemented it. And so the auditor issued a critical nonconformance to them, and they failed their audit. So looking at past complaints and specifically and recalls, yes, I think that's a great auditors do that as well. And oh yeah, that's good. Test strip sanitizers, expiration dates, yeah. And yeah, so yeah, because it's not so much whether they should or should not be expired, but it's whether they're using them the way that they should. And I think, Holden, that's an excellent point right there. Yes. Yeah, we see a lot of air gaps, and if there's any rodent, especially now in the winter months, all of that really does come to shine, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, and overall health of the employees. Excellent. You guys pretty much on board. Same things that auditors look for, inspectors look for. We're all in it together as it relates to food safety. Okay, so I wanted to share with you some of the non-conformances that we see and retailers see as it relates to the FDA inspections, and they're pretty much the same. If you look at the data, there is a line. You try and look at where there's a cutoff point, right? Statistically, where's the cutoff point? And when you look at the FDA, it's always in the development of the FSVP, always in that. So if you eliminate that one, then you can start looking to see at sanitary operations. Again, a lot of it is due to the foreign supplier program, but pest control, personnel practices, and which is pretty similar to what SQF it looks at in Cs. So pest prevention, we see a number of critical and majors in pest prevention, the air gaps that are there. We do see infestation sometimes of insects mainly, but we do see a lot of a breakdown in that pest control program that leads to majors and leads to criticals as well. Same thing with food safety plan. So whether it's, preventive control as that food safety plan or a HACCP plan or a hybrid of both, we see a number of breakdowns and criticals and majors in there, whether they're not following through with their corrective action plans when a CCP is violated, or if they're just aren't recording the right information. But a lot of times it's in the hazard analysis itself. We are not seeing the analysis along the ingredients, the incoming ingredients. So we see that the analysis starts with the products that the site has already received, but we're not looking at it all the way into the supply chain. So the food safety plan is where we're seeing some issues. And then of course, cleaning and sanitation, that's always a challenge for the sites, whether pre-op or, just general validation and verification activities. So, and these critical and major nonconformances, they're not much related to documents. These are actions at the site. So SQF does a great job of reviewing documentation, and a lot of times auditors will write that information to documentation. But in cleaning and sanitizing, just some of the minors that we see are, improper storage of the sanitation tools, and not following the directions from the manufacturer. So there are some issues there. And retailers, what they see is all against the food safety plan. They don't see that the food safety plan gets updated or that the right personnel are involved in the development of that food safety plan. So see a lot of similarities as it relates to the non-conformances between FDA, between SQF, and even what retailers see as they go out and visit the sites. So let's talk about recalls. I know some of you you look at recalls when you go into your inspections, but here's what we see the programs contributing to recalls. Number one is those corrective actions, and I can't emphasize that enough. So I'm happy to see that you all are looking at corrective actions as well. So you're looking to see is what they have going to be a long-term control over an issue that was identified. So we don't see them, we see that they correct when there's a regulatory issue or when SQF in an audit is raised, but when it comes to internal nonconformances based off of their daily inspections or even on their internal audits that they do annually, that corrective actions aren't taken as seriously, and especially for customer complaints. So when a customer complains about a particular issue that they see, they're not looking at the root cause. And in fact, there was some issues related to a customer complaint. A customer complained about a foreign material in the product that they received. And 6 months later, that site had a recall due to the same foreign material. Now, it happened to be down the supply chain, but if they had done a root cause analysis, maybe that recall never would have happened, right? So we see that corrective actions against internal and customer complaints aren't being taken as seriously or done as robustly as they would if it was closing out a regulatory issue or a non-conformance issued by an SQF audit. Environmental monitoring. We see that many of the sites aren't addressing the specific hazard. So they'll just put it's a microbiology, like it's a pathogen, but they won't put forth the type of pathogen that they'd be testing for. Any pathogens out there, like the salmonella and listeria, but they're just not looking at it as it relates to the risks to their product. And testing locations, it seems that they get in a rut, right? And they're only looking at the targeted swabbing points, and they're not looking at non-targeted swabbing points or potential issues from overhead. So it's always down on environmental. Nobody's looking up on what could be the potential hazards up, and they're focused on just those targeted areas that were identified as part of that environmental monitoring program. So sites need to stop looking and just following the same old program that was written, but look at non-targeted areas as well. And that's where we're seeing some issues. Change management. So when there are supplier specifications that are being changed to incoming materials, that isn't being communicated down the line, to change labels, to change storage practices, that isn't being communicated. Construction that is ongoing at a site or one-time fix. I mean, when I was working at a site, even we had a big mixing bowl and maintenance came in or construction came in and they had to make some changes to the bowl. But when we did our pre-op, we looked in and there was all these metal shavings, but nowhere was that bowl tagged or identified. Nowhere was the communication that work was being done in that area, even yet alone that particular piece of equipment. And then glass and brittle plastic procedures just that aren't being or programs that just aren't being kept up to date, that aren't being monitored, that don't have that aren't being adhered to as well. And then changeovers, there's always recalls and changeovers specifically to label control. So labels, just whether it's a change in product or even changes in ingredients, or it's those short runs that always cause all of the issues that we see. And then mobile equipment placement. So where there are racks coming in with ingredients or anything like that, and where they're placed, when they're placed during the changeover. And then crisis event reaction. So specifically flooding, and my hearts go out to those in California because it is just devastating out there. And I can't even imagine, the thinking about, the food and the food that's going to be, what could happen to the food that's being grown out in California, or if there's any issues that could happen. So, but looking at crisis and weather events, or whether it's civil unrest, or whether it's a weather event, Mother Nature, but the communication of those events, specifically if it's in a supply chain and materials being received into that site. So these are the issues that we're seeing as it relates to programs that are contributing to recalls. So, okay. So what we see, and I'm just going to go over some of the specific areas that we saw in our evaluation of our nonconformances is in the food safety plan issue. And we kind of talked about this, but it's the inadequate hazard analysis and identification of controls, specifically as they're coming in the ingredients into the site itself. Improper identification of the risks. So it's not getting into the specifics. It's always just M, a C, or a P, right? So it's microbiological, physical, or chemical, but they're not getting into the specifics of the risk into the site itself. The process flow doesn't reflect the HACCP plan. So there's been a change, and what we're seeing is that sites inherit these HACCP plans, right? So if I'm I think there's one too many C's in that HACCP, but if I'm in a practitioner or somebody running the food safety system at my site, I've inherited that HACCP plan, right? So I'm just following the flow of what that HACCP plan was written, and nobody's really challenging it anymore with new and emerging issues that we're seeing. So the process flow doesn't reflect the HACCP plan. Lack of monitoring records, so those aren't up to date, and the site just basically not following that HACCP plan. Just they know better, and they do know better, but they are not changing those HACCP plans to reflect that. So what we try and do is make it easy for the site to conduct that proper analysis and look to see what makes the food safe. So I know we look to see what are the risks, but maybe in the process, the mindset needs to say, what makes that food safe? And you look at granola bars and you think they're the same, but you have a cold pressed granola bar and you have a heat crunchy granola bar, right? So soft and crunchy, two different risks associated with that. And when we look at a lot of times as it relates to product development coming in, when you are putting spices into the product and cooking it as a heat step, then you're eliminating that potential hazard, right? But when product development is like, oh no, we want to sprinkle that seasoning on top after the cook, now we have another potential risk to our product, right? So we need to make sure we look to see what makes our food safe, what the processes are that make the food safe. So it's a kind of little bit of a change in mentality. We want to list the specific hazard, not just MCP. Evaluate the severity of that food safety hazard. So that's why we have those charts that we offer our sites to say, you can look at this, the likelihood and severity. And I don't know if I feel like every food safety professional always looks at likelihood and severity in their day-to-day life. I was at a cocktail party and I had a white shirt on, and there were like meatballs in red sauce, right? And it was just on a toothpick. And I thought, what's the likelihood that sauce is going to drip on my white shirt, and the severity of that, right? So I'm like, it's high, and I'm not going to eat one of those meatballs. So I feel like we're always doing our own hazard analysis on a day-to-day life, but we need to make sure that that's what the site is doing on a day-to-day. So what's the likelihood and the severity of that potential action, and what do I need to do to address it? And then the likelihood of it happening in the absence of control. And a lot of times sites aren't looking at it that way. They're thinking, I received chicken, but I cooked the chicken, therefore I don't have a risk to it. So what is the likelihood of the absence of control? And then, of course, being specific about how the hazard manifests itself, and take that two-step approach. And this is what's really going to help drive food safety and the robustness of the food safety plan, is looking at the hazard analysis for ingredients. Sites aren't doing that. They're not evaluating the ingredients that way, and then how the impact is for each of those process steps. So we need to make sure that we start with that hazard analysis so the site is off to a good start in their food safety plan. real quick, I want to share with you some of the data that we collected on internal audits. And I love this because one of the things SQF requires is that the site conduct an internal audit. And this internal audit conducted by the site as an evaluation of that site's food safety plan. So it's done by them. And a lot of times, if a site does it stronger, better than any regulator, than any auditor that comes in there, they're going to have a really good food safety plan. So in edition 9, we looked at the total number of non-conformances for internal audits. And this was done, I think, last year. So minors, there was over 2,000 minors, almost 100 major non-conformances. So this was our data set right here. Then we looked at the average scores of these sites that received these, or average scores of all our sites, and looked to see how did they perform as it relates to their SQF audit score. So the average score of all of our sites is about a 94 plus, right? Almost a 95. That's the average score of our sites. Sites with a minor nonconformance, so you're saying average score is a 94. If a site received a minor nonconformance to their internal audit by the auditor, they received a 90. So that means that that internal audit wasn't done. So you're asking the site, we need you to take responsibility for your food safety plan. That's what we want you to do. Now, if they don't take it serious enough and they don't fix that, then the auditor will find it, the regulator will find it, right? Sites that had a major nonconformance actually dropped down to below 80. And so that's the importance of an internal audit, because it's not just about finding those, but it's the commitment that the site has of identifying and then implementing the right corrective action in order to ensure food safety is going to continue at that site. So we emphasize the internal audit at the site, and we share these statistics because we want the onus of food safety at the site. As a regulator, you're there, once every so often. The auditor is there once a year, so the onus, their responsibility has to be at the site level as well. So we ask and we provide these tips to the site. We want them to use a checklist and write things down. They have to identify and write things down, report that evidence, whether it's in compliance or out of compliance, and implement corrective actions for anything that they identify. And that's a huge gap for them, is doing that robustness of those corrective actions. We ask that they have a variety of different people doing those jobs, and it's not just to one person, that it's not just a daily GMP check to see if employees are washing their hands, but it's more about evaluating the hand washing program. How were they trained? What are the signs? Do we need to, is there a lag in that program? And we say involve the frontline employees, because I don't know, as regulators, if you go ahead and you interview and ask questions of those frontline employees, but we want auditors to do that, because everybody's invested into food safety into that site. It's not just up to the QA manager, the practitioner, or the senior site manager. So what we get into corrective actions, and what a correction is really that immediate step in order to address an issue. The corrective action is that long-term. It's looking into how am I going to prevent this from happening. If the sink is leaking, I might just shut off the sink, right? That could be my corrective action. I'm going to shut off my correction. I'm going to shut off water to the sink. The corrective action could be, I look to see why the sink was leaking and I have the wrong type of connector on it, right? So this connector isn't the right size, and it's not to the pipe, and it's allowing water to leak, right? So I'm going to replace the connector. The preventative action is maybe all my sinks have the wrong connector, and I don't want the rest of my sinks, so I have to check the rest of my sinks and change out the connector. That's preventative action. So it looks broadly as to what do I need to do in order to prevent this from occurring anywhere else. So correction, corrective action, and preventative action is the type of information we want to share with our sites, so that everybody can put the right type of fix into their problem. And each one is correct. I want to need to correctly immediately address the issue. I want to address it from a long-term perspective, but then I need to see, hey, is there anything I can do within my site to ensure that it's not going to happen anywhere else? And then here's what we ask sites to do as a root cause analysis. And I know the easy one is really the 5 whys. And honestly, I think people could do that in their head. We want them, to look at that 5 whys, but we also know that there's other ways to do it. You could do an is not, right? So it always happens on second shift and not on first shift. Okay, what's the difference there? It always happens on line 2 and not on line 3. So we're narrowing down the focus to really see what could be that root cause. It could be the fishbone diagram where you're looking at all of the M's, right? And you're understanding what are the issues that you have with each of these topics here, and identify the final, the problem and the final outcome. But the 5 whys is really what sites go to, and we ask them honestly to look at it at a different level. So the 5 whys, you can just keep asking those questions until you get to the answer. But if you take it to a different level, you look at what caused the specific situation, you answer why the problem was never detected, and you want to know what systems failed, you can look at a 5 whys different ways, right? So the 5 whys could lead you to a whole nother area of opportunity. And I have just one quick example here, and I know we're running behind, and I'm going to give this to Judy in just a second. But so let's just say we say use of unapproved pesticides was found in the boiler room. So the site used Raid in the boiler room, and we want to know, why did it occur? Well, it occurred because there was wasps, there was a gap in the exit door, and the door was worn, and there wasn't a seal, right? It was old, the seal was worn and degraded over time. So that's why it occurred. But we want to know why it was never detected. Why wasn't that sealed, the worn seal, detected? It wasn't detected because it's only used in an event, in an emergency. It's an alarm door, never used. So that's why it wasn't detected. So why did the system allow it to happen? And it's because it wasn't part of the monthly GMP inspection. So you think, okay, well, put it on the GMP inspection, but the boiler room has limited access. So the people that do the GMPs can never go in there anyways. And for food defense purposes, only maintenance has a key. So now we're not only looking at, okay, we got to replace the seal. That to me is the correction, right? And now you think, oh, I have to add it to the daily inspection, and you think, oh, but we really have to reevaluate our food defense program. So it could lead to an entire different program change when you look at it in different areas. So why did it occur? And I was old and never got replaced. Okay, we'll replace it. And you think that's my corrective action, when actually that's just your correction, right? So, so I think doing it in a little bit of a different way helps that site, challenges that site for that continuous improvement. So in the end, roles and responsibilities, we all have the same goal. We're mutually complementary. We're all in it for food safety as it relates to the supply chain. We all have our role, and I feel like we work together in order to ensure that food safety. So I appreciate all you do in order to ensure our supply chain is safe. I know you have a lot of responsibility. That's a big job. And I appreciate all you do and your level of expertise, and also for allowing me to speak today about what we do at SQF and third-party certification audits. So I have one question for you, and I know it's not a poll. I don't think it's a poll, but like an official poll, I mean. But real quick, if you could chat it in, what would you rate the relationship oh, you do, thank you. Autumn, I knew it. So how would you relate that relationship between regulatory and industry? Just curious what your feeling is. I asked some industry folks, and it was 3 and 4, I would say, neutral to good. So I'm just curious how you feel on your day to day, what you're looking at, whether it's not good, very adversarial, or you guys have a great partnership with your site. And I think that's where we want to be, is great. We really want to be great because, again, learning from each other is how we're going to improve food safety. And as you answer that poll, I'm going to exit out of my screen and let Judy jump in. How's that? Oh, it's good. So I'm happy to hear that. That's great. Excellent. Good and neutral. That's exactly how industry responded as well. So thank you. All righty, Judy, I think it's up to you now to take us home. Thank you.
Probably need to unmute. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, and we can hear you just fine.
We're off to a great start, and I'll do my best. The great news is I have a lot of pictures, so we'll go quickly through some pictures, okay? I just want to touch on some things that are interesting. I think, well, if my screen's not moving. There we go. We touched on, you heard Leanne talk about an audit and also an inspection, and I'm going to repeat that, but I'm going to do it at what I call the nickel tour level. So what I mean is an audit is an evaluation of records and programs. It's documentation. The inspection is the physical. So that's what I mean at the very high level. We're in a hurry now. We got to make it through the home stretch. That's how we at AIB International define an audit and an inspection. Now, why that's interesting is they actually work hand in hand. Believe it or not, when you find something on an inspection, the first thing you're asking yourself in your mind is, what program allowed this to occur? What program? I mean, why am I finding the employees not washing their hands, for example? We heard Matt and talk about the employees not washing their hands. And the first thing we're thinking is training, right? We all typed in training, accountability. We're automatically thinking, what program allowed this finding to occur? And that's how we train our staff at AIB. That's what we train them to do. Find the inspection finding, correlate it back to the audit finding. They go hand in hand. Now,
Judy, if I could jump in real quick, I didn't know.
Absolutely.
There's been a request if you could switch it to the full screen mode for the slides.
You bet. Sorry about that.
Perfect.
I'm sorry. Is that better?
Well, we got speaker view now.
Slideshow from current slide, right?
Yeah, and then I think you'll need to switch screens probably so that we get the full slide up there.
That's what I have.
Yeah, we're seeing the presenter view with the next slide and the current slide and the notes and everything.
All right. So how do I fix that?
Judy,
You see display settings at the top.
Yep.
And then swap presenter view and slideshow.
All right.
There we go. Thank you.
I'm sorry about that. It's I'm a good auditor, not so great when it comes to this technology. So
No
thank you
worries.
for that. Thank you
Appreciate
for
it.
the assist. So really, when we do an audit and an inspection, that's a regulatory. Think about it. That's what FDA does. Think about what we went through just today, what we learned about today. We learned about audits, and inspections. They go together, just a hand in a glove, okay? And what AIB International does, we do audits and inspections, but our focus is more on inspection first. Then again, we correlate it to the audit finding. So let me give you a picture. So when you look at the picture on the screen, what do you see? What's the food safety risk when you look at it? And you might have to just shout it out for the sake of time. What do you see? You probably see a pump leaking some orange juice on the floor. But is that really the worst thing in the picture? If you take a minute and really look at the picture a little bit more, you're going, no, I see a hose on the floor and the hose is uncapped. So that's probably a greater risk to see the hose uncapped on the floor. Now you found it. That's the infraction, right? So now you start thinking, what program allowed that to occur? Is it because employees aren't trained? They don't know what they're supposed to do? Is it because they don't have the proper equipment to cap it and raise it up off the floor? These are things you should be asking yourself. It's what we ask ourselves when we do an inspection. So what I want to do is I shared with you our consolidated standards, and those are available to you free of charge. And I always tell people those are the answer to the test. They're the explanation of the good manufacturing practices. So what I want to do is walk you through the top issues that we're seeing, just like Leanne walked you through showing you what the audit findings are. Let me show you what the inspection findings are now on the AIB inspections. So equipment and utensil. This is a very common finding. For example, let's look at some pictures. You can see this has been welded upon welding, and now you ask yourself, is it cleanable? Can you really clean this piece of equipment? And just look at how many harborage points you have for any kind of bacteria right there. So is it cleanable? Probably not. So that's what you want to identify on the inspection. But then in the back of your mind, you're thinking, how do I fix it? What program allowed it to occur? How about temporary repairs? When you go into the plants, the manufacturing plants, and you see these temporary repairs, remember the hint is they're temporary. You shouldn't see them for very long. They should be dated. They should never be introducing a hazard to the product. So, you know, when you look for these, you ask yourself, again, you find the issue, it's a temporary repair. Ask yourself, what are they trying to solve? What condition allowed this to occur? What audit program allowed this to occur in the first place? Same thing with, here's an ingredient container, and you can see the pieces loose on the side of the ingredient container, probably caused by employees hitting the side of the ingredient container with a utensil, causing those pieces to fray off. And here's an example of a utensil that's probably doing that damage. But again, is this cleanable? Do you think you can clean it? This particular utensil was actually cleaned. If you look on it really closely on the left-hand side, you'll see a seasoning that's been left there because there's no way to effectively clean a piece of equipment in this utensil in this condition. And here's the last utensil that I'm going to share with you. But again, this is what we find, equipment and utensils. This is what we find when we do our inspections. We also find poor condition of conveyor belts. Now, this takes a little more audit skill, and the reason why, this piece of equipment is going to be covered with product. So this is a tortilla line, for example, and it's going to be covered with tortillas. So you're not actually going to see the burn marks unless you inspect underneath, or you inspect the line when it's no product on the line. So it usually takes a little more skill, but I want to make sure you're doing this when you go in and do your inspections. Find the product zone, that's the area that the product touches, and see what the condition of that conveyor belt is. You heard Leanne mention it, and I'm going to restate it, and that is look up. Second thing that we find on our inspections, the most common findings, ceilings and overheads. We find a lot of peeling paint, a lot of chipping paint, a lot of peeling paint, a lot of flaking paint. You can see this picture here, a lot of the paint is just flaking off. And again, you identify this, but what's causing it? But don't forget, there's other things than just the ceiling. This is also overheads. And you can see it's in deteriorated condition. You can see there's mold on the pipes. You can see the PVC is broken. You can see that in one of the employees, one of the sanitation workers left a bag that they were trying to protect a gauge with, that they left it up there. So these are the things that you want to do. You want to make sure you're looking up. And again, you can see some of the ceiling tiles are falling down, and you want to ask yourself, that's the deficiency, the ceiling tiles, but now ask yourself why, what's causing it, and then work on controlling and eliminate. We use a simple concept at AIB. We call it ICE. Identify the problem, control the problem, eliminate the problem. So when you see things like that, it's a simple concept, and it'll remind you to always check what's the program allowing this deficiency to occur. And then condensation. Condensation is never your friend. So remember that. Condensation is not your friend. When you see condensation, it means investigate. And then we're going to talk a little bit what we call product zone cleaning. And product zone is the area that the product touches and everything directly over it. So when we see squiggly lines like this in some flour, this is some flour on a mixing hopper. And you can see these squiggly lines. What is that telling me as an inspector? That there's probably stored product insects, and that's a cleaning deficiency. So if they're not cleaning their flour and they're not rotating their flour, it's susceptible to insects about every 28 days. So they should be cleaning it about every 3 weeks to try to interrupt that life cycle of an insect. So again, when you see those squiggly lines, that's what it's telling you, flour beetles. Here's a piece of equipment, and again, you can see the feeder is actually off. We've removed the feeder. So if you're looking at it with the feeder in place, you're not seeing all these potato chips because it looks clean on the top. But once you remove it, that's all of the buildup of the residue, the product that's being left behind. So when we evaluate cleaning practices, you have to be thorough in your evaluation. And this is compressed air. So they've cleaned this whole piece of equipment with water, and now they've decided they're going to dry it with compressed air. And that's what you never want to see, is using compressed air for routine cleaning. Shouldn't be used to sweep the floors, shouldn't be used ever to blow off employees. You'll see employees blowing themselves off, and it's not intended to be used to dry equipment. So these are when you want to challenge them and say, let me see your cleaning procedure. Not because you can see that they're cleaning it, but what's your procedure say? What's the program that's allowing this infraction to occur? And then you can also see some molds. Let's talk about pest activity. This is also a top finding on an AIB inspection, just like it is on an FDA investigation, pest control. We have harborage, food, and water, which is always going to increase the likelihood of pests. And when you think about a food manufacturing plant, think about it. There's food, there's harborage, and there's always water. So pest control becomes paramount. You really have to work on managing integrated pest management, controlling pests. But there's all sorts of devices out there. There's all sorts of traps. There's mechanical traps. What you see on the screen, these are all for mice, not for rats. This is a bait station that you'll see on the exterior of a plant. If you have any questions on how to check these, please reach out to me at the end of this session or anytime, and I'll be happy to walk you through anything to do with IPM. If you look really closely, you probably can see it. That's a cockroach, and you can see it. It's inside of a hollow piece of equipment. And then, of course, the birds that you see, and this is a facility in Arizona, and I drove up and they had birds everywhere, and they failed their inspection for birds, and they all acted like they were surprised. Like, you're kidding me, Judy, we have a bird problem? I thought, come on. So remember that the inspection starts as soon as you see the facility and you see the problems. You can't help it. We're people that do the inspection. So admittedly, it's a little subjective when we start seeing birds and rodents on the outside of facilities. Okay. I always encourage plants to use a pest sighting log, and I encourage you to ask them for their pest sighting log, because who is more likely going to find pests in a facility? The pest control operator who's there once a week, maybe, or the employees that are there 8 hours a day, 3 shifts, 7 days a week? It's probably the employees. So that's why I always ask to see a pest sighting log. So, and I know we went very, very quickly, but my question to you is, are you surprised with any of these findings? Probably not. So again, the last thing I want to touch on, and I'll cover it off in about 3 minutes, is the ICE method. Identify, control, and eliminate. Identify, control, and eliminate, okay? And let me just share with you, I'm going quickly. What do you see when you look at this picture? This is a distribution center, beautiful warehouse. Everything's clean, it's organized. But what do you notice when you look at the picture? The door, the daylight, right? Everybody can see it. Once you see it, you can't not see it. It's like, oh my gosh, look at that daylight. When you look closer at it, everybody says, you know what it is, Judy? We need to put better door seals on. We need brush seals. That's what we need. We need better door seals. Well, you heard Leanne talk about interviewing employees. Well, we actually interviewed the employees on this inspection to try and find out what was really going on, because what they said was, oh, there's a bad door seal. And they said, what we need to do is replace the door seal. And there's a question mark there, because after we interviewed the employee said, well, the door is broken. And for us to lift the door and lower the door, we have to take our forklifts and drive the forks underneath the door. And then we raise the door up with the forks, and then we push the door down with the forks on the forklift. That's what we got from an employee interview. So is it really any value to replace bad door seals? Is there really any value in doing that? What we really need to do is repair the door, okay? And maybe do some retraining of an employee or two or several, okay? So that's what we mean by ICE. So practice the ICE concept when you're inspecting, but most importantly, ask yourself what program is allowing this issue to occur, and be great at both. Be a great auditor and a great inspector, because they really and truly go hand in hand, okay? There's my email address, jlazaro. If you have any questions, and I apologize, I went very quickly to try and keep us on track, but if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out and I'll be happy to help you.
Judy and Leanne, we really appreciate all that. We'll pause and you'll give a second for any questions that come into the chat. We do have a question about the recording of this training, and that will be made available to attendees as well. Any questions for Leanne and Judy? Appreciate all the information and the collaboration. We all have that vested interest in food companies providing safe food to their customers, and that's really our end goal. And we're all working in that direction. Sometimes the hard work seems to be convincing folks that the effort is needed for a particular response. All right, I'm seeing a lot of thank yous. I'm not seeing any questions at this point. Going once, going twice. And I will then turn it over to Autumn for a quick closeout. Thanks everyone for spending the time with us today.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you for everything that you took us through today. Thank you to all of our speakers. I'm Autumn Shook. I'm not sure, I always forget to introduce myself. So I am kind of leading the pack here. I have a work group that's helped put all of the sessions together. And so these are the objectives for today's session. I think that we hit it out of the park. Our speakers were right on task, and Judy was a queen. She just like knows this stuff real fast. Leanne, I appreciate you guys taking us through to the end of the day. I know 4 hours of training can be kind of tough. So if you hit the next slide, I want to make sure that you know some things, because like Adam stated, everyone wants to know when the recordings come. Historically, we've given them pretty quickly after the event. It's for those that have attended. It's really not for those that didn't come today. It's so that you can review what was covered, if there are some pieces that maybe you missed. And so that is all going to be provided to you, all attendees, in an email at the end of the month. So we have a lot of resources, and people have been really great about sharing their presentations. Those are all going to be put on the event page. And you think to yourself, well, what is the event page? Well, it's where you went to register, just like we did last year. We're going to post anything that was shared, any resources that have been provided by the speakers there. Everyone wants to know, when do I get my certificate of attendance? Christina's going to be sending those to you all individually. Last year, we asked you if you wanted one. This year, we're just sending them because it's a lot to sift through. We had over 379 was 380 I saw today on the call. So we had a great attendance. If you need a CEU form, that will also be in the emails, the forms you might need from NEHA or from AFTO. So go ahead and hit the next slide for me, Amy, if you would. These are the people on the work group. They reevaluate, they take all the evaluations that you guys provide, and we make sure that we correct anything that might be missing, and we tweak some things that from year to year that we feel people might be needing. And so please fill out your evaluations. I don't think that has been dropped in. Oh, Christina's champion. She just dropped the link for the eval. So I really want to hear ideas for next year. We always do new topics on the last day of boot camp. So this year, last day of boot camp for advanced is the 23rd. It's always new material, so that way we can keep providing new things. And if you know a coworker that needs to hear this information, we're going to do it next year. We have dates set already in January of 26. So I think that's all I need. If you guys want to drop any questions in chat or QA, I'd be happy to answer them for you. I appreciate all the time spent today, and if you're joining me tomorrow, I'll see you then. You can switch to the next slide, Amy. Thanks again, everyone. Thank you, Adam.